a new tax scandal, if you like. And therefore, this the whole discussion on the real notion of shell companies and how we can set the criteria for this European Union list. What is important, but it's just the beginning, we've just seen some statements by the European Commission, is the intention to submit within 2023 a new tax regime for companies, which is known as BEFIT. This is important because it radically changes a lot of the rules of operation of companies and tax upon their competitiveness in a new environment. But of course, it also helps in dealing with any aggressive practices, takeover practices, or the effort to reduce tax burden. Anyway, to cut a long story short, it is important that in the program of European Commission for 2022, dealing and facing the issue of tax evasion is at the center. Both what we said on the agreement beforehand, the new global tax reform and the necessity for the existence of a new directive, but also see other thoughts, such as the publication of a new directive and announcement of the effective tax rates in the European Union, which of course will be connected to Pillar 2. So tax evasion still is at the center of commitments and the political agenda of the European Union, but rests to be seen how the implementation will be affected in the member states. Of course, the relative directives have been integrated by most member states, but have already started having various, from the European Union, various surveys and warning letters and vis-à-vis the non-appropriate integration in the European Union. So we have all that is of concern in the next year. So let's move to the third question. Would you expect that this new directive would start from the USA, from the Biden administration, Madam Yellen? How come the European Union didn't make the first step? We were surprised, positively surprised. That's why I mentioned beforehand. In the joint announcement of the European Union countries, the UK and the USA, we see there the necessity identified to proceed in the abolition of the unilateral digital taxes, which will indeed lead to the effective implementation of the agreement. Third and last question. We saw some days ago in Glasgow the summit of the UN on climate change, the COP26, which aimed at discussing policy proposals on the climate. What was the reaction of the European Union in this effort, and what specific activities have already been affected or will be affected for the implementation of the European Green Deal? Yes, indeed, we have all followed this meeting, and we saw the various countries participating in the COP26 in Glasgow. A lot of interesting things were heard, perhaps a little bit, a slight step back. Anyway, there was a commitment, that's crystal clear, for the need of dealing with the climate change that has such a dire impact on both economic and social life. Now, as far as the European Union is concerned, first of all, we saw that in the framework of that summit, the president of the European Commission announced the intention that we had also learned before in relation to the new trans-border mechanism of the adjustment of CO2 emissions. This is a tool which, on one hand, will help in dealing with climate change, but on the other hand, will also help in balancing competition between the EU members and the other countries. outside the European Union. I heard beforehand in the discussion held with Athina Kaliva, and I had the concern to what extent those measures and the need of the European Union to become a neutral area vis-à-vis the climate, whether that will affect the competitiveness of the European companies. Yes, there is such concern, but this is precisely what this mechanism tries to face through the issuance of those credit certificates of CO2 emissions, and therefore offset the terms of competition amongst the EU countries and third countries, which are already under a European regime on emissions. Therefore, this is an instrument that will help the competitiveness of European companies so as to strike a compromise between the need to protect the environment and maintenance of the height of investments in the European Union. Now, with regard to the specific summit, we saw that certain conclusions were drawn from the European Union. What was greatly stressed was the need to have respect of the Green Agreement, the Green Deal. We know that the European Union will reduce the CO2 emissions. But I believe that beyond the commitments, political commitments, it's important to see certain actions in practice. And for the time being, what the European Union mentions is they will try to put all climate policies and all those related, therefore, with tax policy, both in the branch of its macroeconomic policy and its fiscal policies. What does this entail? Setting this carbon mechanism as an own resource of the EU, it increases the budget of the EU, helps in sustaining activities for the environment, but also increases its revenues so as to deal with other issues such as investments and development. This is something that I consider most important. I believe that the other subjects have already been tackled upon. Quite important is the proposal for the review of the directive on the energy. We know that, generally speaking, both the change of the tax rates is envisaged, as well as the tax base, so as to attain the goals related with energy and climate change. So we definitely have seen good intentions in the European Union, but of course it has to be seen what will be the final result and how all this will eventually contribute in attaining the goal of dealing with environmental protection. It is true, if you like, my personal thought is that we see an acceleration of certain taxation evolutions in the European Union over the last 2 years. And we all corroborate in that, don't we? And more is to follow. Yes, definitely. We have very intensive action in the European Union. The union was not created neither as a fiscal union nor as a tax union. It was purely economic and monetary union. We know that the harmonization process has been extremely difficult. There was a legal basis for such a tax harmonization in indirect taxation. As far as direct taxation is concerned, we never expected, they never even fathomed to have common rules. So from the difficulty of adopting directives that took 20 years of discussions and negotiations, we see now decisions made very quickly. And this is quite intense of the last 2 years. I believe, however, it is also the result of all the other developments. There's great pressure. I think the acceleration was very important due to the economic crisis of 2008. Certain issues had to be faced. There was pressure from NGOs for the increase of revenues in order to deal with the aggressive planning. So de facto, such initiatives had to be taken by the European Union. And I believe that things have been accelerated furthermore due to the pandemic. Due to the need to have a common action at European level, we already saw it at fiscal level with the laxing of fiscal rules that allowed member states to make a series of measures, including tax ones, in order to deal with the impact of the crisis. So this whole combination, financial crisis, the pandemic, problems, energy problems that we experienced the last months, they all operate as a leverage, if you like, and as a driving force for new initiatives to be taken and lobbying towards national government so as to consent and not be as reserved as they used to be to date. I would like to warmly thank you for the participation in the 17th Tax Forum. Anyway, you know it very well, had contributed on multiple occasions. Wish every success in the work of the Jean Monnet Chair, and it was a great joy to see you in vivo in next events. Thank you, Elias. I thank you all. It's a great joy to be with you in these forums, and I greet all the participants who follow this forum either in physical presence or through the internet.
We're
Thank
taught
you.
that 1 + 1 = 2. Simple, right? But today's world isn't simple. So what happens if we look at it from a new angle? Could we make something greater? If we bring together human ingenuity, passion, and experience with the latest technology, we start to make something more. Something we can see in people's lives and feel in the world around them. Building trust for today and tomorrow. And that's the thing. We all know the math, but we need a new way to put it together. Which means we don't just find answers. We never stop looking for them. A passionate community of solvers, creating new solutions for a new day. That's the new equation.
We are here today in the context of the 7th Tax Forum organized by the Hellenic American Chamber of Commerce. So let's connect to Thessaloniki in order to have a discussion with Mr. Agi Moschovakos, tax partner PwC Greece. We will talk about a topic that concerns many. We have the challenges of a fast-changing world. And so we will see whether taxation can facilitate businesses and their activities or whether it will be an obstacle. Good morning, Mr. Moschovakos. Good morning from Athens. Hello, Salonika. Good morning, Mr. Skiomopoulos. Good morning from Salonika. Thank you very much for your introduction. And I would like also to thank the Hellenic American Chamber of Commerce for the excellent hospitality for one more year. Okay, let's go straight to the heart of the discussion. Let's talk about the main issues with which modern society is faced. But not only, businesses are also faced with the same problem. So could you make a short reference to this? In PwC, since 2013, we have started research which actually led to the publication of a book entitled 10 Years to Midnight by Blair Shepard, who is the head of strategy of our network, who identified 5 main problems, as you described, Mr. Skiomopoulos. And he named them ADAPT. So ADAPT stands for A, to asymmetry, that is the unequal distribution of wealth, which basically creates a pyramid with a very large base amounting to 89% of adults who don't have wealth over $100,000, whereas a percentage of 1%, that is, of the global population, holds 45.8% of the global wealth. And these are data of recent research conducted by Credit Suisse, which is an acclaimed organization. Moreover, the IMF, with regard to asymmetry always, gives another concerning estimate, and that is that the debt of the middle class is approximately 60 to 70% of GDP, even in very developed economies. Now, what does this mean? It means that prosperity is based to a certain extent on loans, with all the consequences that this may entail in the context of a recession or of a global crisis. Now, D stands for disruption. And it describes the disruption of balance that will be the result of the entrance, the fast entrance of technology in the different sectors and climate change. Technology, of course, can give some very positive results, but at the same time, automation, blockchain technology, AI, all these will impact the jobs of people. And approximately 40 to 45% of existing jobs will be affected by these new technologies, and especially in this is true for populations with a low or average education level, which in turn will have very negative consequences, even job loss. At the same time, climate change. If all negative scenarios come true and we have droughts, if we have the rise of the water surface, then you understand that millions of people will be affected. And food reserves would also be affected, since those people that will suffer this most heavy blow will be the farmers. A, which stands for age. By 2030, the population of Earth would be 8.5 billion people, but the distribution is such that is radically different to the past. In other words, in 1980, the births and the people aged 0 to 4 years represented 13% of the global population. The estimate for 2050 is that this will drop to 7%. At the same time, the people over 65 years, from 5% of global population in 1980, will become 16% of the global population. So what do we have? We have triple the time, 3 times this percentage, which means extension of the working age, pressure on pension systems, and fiscal pressure on the economies. With regard to P and T of ADAPT, P stands for popularization. Popularization that is created by this pressure that the populations are under with regard to their prosperity and their future. A pressure that often leads them to choose political narratives that more introvert. And what is the result of that? We have seen that there is a continuous rise of extreme parties that propose introvert solutions to globalization. In other words, we have seen trade wars or better political tensions between states. We have seen unilateral imposition of taxes. Previous speakers mentioned that, which actually disturbs and disrupts the international trade. And we have some very marking results of this introvert approach, which is Brexit. And T stands for trust. Trust, which is linked to polarization. Basically, we're talking about lack of trust that the citizens feel vis-à-vis the government, but also vis-à-vis the big multinationals. And although we could use technology in order to establish a dialogue with the citizens, and even more so a customized dialogue, we see now technology having some negative results. Like, for example, the exploitation of technology in order to serve some demagogic purposes. We can see that due to this, there is this lack of trust to the institutions and to the businesses. These are the 5 main problems. Okay, thank you for giving us a summary of these problems. Of course, you as an analyst, you are focusing on this, but at the same time, we need to have the politicians in order to have the necessary changes. Now, let's talk about the pandemic, which has afflicting the planet for the last 22 years. How has the pandemic affected the international environment in which the businesses are operating? I'm talking about small, medium ones and big ones. Thank you very much for this question. I believe that the pandemic has intensified adapt. In other words, the pandemic has been an accelerator of these problems. Of course, earlier on, we've heard that there have been some efforts made internationally in order to reach convergence that will provide global solutions to these problems. But we need to be honest. There has been support in order to combat this asymmetry. Many populations were supported and many businesses got some sort of support. We had the lack of being a member of the European Union, which quickly realized the importance of having targeted solutions and thus established the Recovery Fund. This was not the case in other parts of the world. Now, with regard to the disruption of the environment continues to be a main priority and creates lots of uncertainty. Of course, we had the Glasgow summit, but you know even better than I do that the conclusions of the summit were rather mixed. And based on the results of research conducted by Net Zero Economy Index of PwC, what we need is 8-time reduction of CO2 emission in order to become environmental neutral and in order to prevent the warming of the planet now. We also need to acknowledge that when there is a recession, there is a serious impact on demographics, but also on pension systems. This is true for all economies, being developing or developed. Moreover, when it comes to disruption, allow me to say very briefly that there has been huge disruption in the global supply chain. The United Nations, the IMF have repeatedly talked about this disruption, which is related to the increase of transport costs. Why? Because many industries had to close down, unemployment rose. This, of course, had an impact on the cost of the goods, which led to inflationary trends. So we can say that we are faced with a situation where the polarization, the anti-globalization as a political choice and as a mentality are still popular, and this is the big bet that the governments need to win. But not only the governments, but also the intrastate institutions. They need to increase trust, increase cohesion in society so as to deal with these trends. After the pandemic, we expect to see some important changes. All the information about growth talk about important growth, but we need to see what will happen in the environment post-pandemic. Can taxation be a tool for promoting growth, or will it be an obstacle? And where should modern businesses focus on in this new environment that is being shaped? Taxation has always been a growth tool, but at the same time, an obstacle. So what we need to decide is how to use taxation and which are the purposes that we want to achieve by using taxation. We can use taxation in order to support society, to increase trust in the institutions, which, as I said, is decreasing. What we can see today, and I'm not going to get into detail because both the General Secretary and Katerina Savvaidou talked about Pillar 1 and 2. So the only thing I would like to say is that Pillar 2 is a step forward. There are some issues with regard to its implementation, but it is a step forward, and it is a step that pertains to the distribution of the taxes. It actually pertains to businesses with a turnover of over 20 billion dollars. So basically, we're talking American enterprises and other enterprises that are operating in China or in the G7 countries. So all the member states will get some benefits because the market jurisdiction basically means that as long as there are additional profits, this will be distributed to the countries where these businesses are selling, where they have a customer base, not permanent establishment, but where they sell their products. This is a step in the right direction. Pillar 2 also tries to break the tax competition, and it will give 275 million to Greece additional revenues on an annual basis. Okay, but this is not an important amount given the 300 trillion of global debt. So if we follow the rationale of using this money in order to cover short-term gaps and deficits, then the whole effort will fail. So what needs to be done? We need to have a developmental approach to all this. In other words, we need to introduce measures that will strengthen growth, that will give a boost to the economy. And what we can see in our country, and this is with regard to what businesses can do, is something in the right direction. Yesterday, for example, we talked about the law of corporate transformation that allows business to have access to cheaper financing. We have a new development law that will be very simple, in the words of the minister who was in your conference yesterday. And of course, we have, for the very first time, a climate law. All of these measures are in the right direction: circular economy, green economy, but these need to be addressed to all. And basically, the businesses need to be updated on how they can take part in this framework. By the way, I forgot to mention the RRF, 6 billion for sustainable growth solutions. So how can businesses become part of all this context? How can they benefit? But not only that, we heard many people talking about technology, about electronic data transmission. The governor said that in the future there's going to be electronic processing of tax returns, which means that the tax authority is making the most of technology and will thus facilitate the lives of taxpayers, but also make all the necessary verifications very quickly, which means in turn that all interested parties, including citizens, will benefit from all this. So the businesses need to modernize their compliance and data management systems. They need to place particular attention to their taxation transparency because a lot of discussion is taking place on that. On the 5th of November in the European Parliament, a directive was passed according to which big businesses will have to disclose their tax data. We can also see the International Economic Forum talking about indexes like the one of the total tax contribution, and more companies use these indexes in their tax returns. And they also submit some reports of tax transparency. Now, all of these mean that there has to be a reorganization, a restructuring of the accounting departments, of the taxation policies followed by the business, and of course that there is a need with regard to the transparency that is required in the tax returns, in their compliance, and of course something else that is very important: their contact with the tax authority. You know very well that I know very well all these issues, and I can see that you are that you believe that technology will be an accelerator and not an obstacle, as long, of course, as everything is done in the right way. Like, for example, the My Data app to be used properly, as long as the connection of cash registries to the system. You didn't talk about the 15% tax rates, and that's why I would like to ask you this final question. What do you have to say about that? Many people talked about it earlier, but since you asked me, anything that reduces an unfair tax competition is in the right direction. And moreover, anything that creates additional revenue that is used in the right way in order to boost the economy is again welcome. So I understand that you would like to have this single tax rate eventually, just as all businesses would, because a drop from 22 to 15 would be very beneficial. Look, there are going to be winners and losers. Our country can use this global corporate tax in order to be in the side of the winners, because, of course, there are still countries with very low tax rates, but the difference between the different countries are becoming fewer and fewer. And if this is combined with a better organization of the public sector, then we can all expect some very positive results for the country. I believe that our country can benefit greatly. But we have a long way to go, okay? First of all, I would like to thank you. It was a great pleasure and honor to have you with us today. And indeed, in 15 minutes, you managed to describe a situation that all people should be aware of, politicians, businesses, citizens, because this is the only way to prevent some unfavorable scenario unfolding in the future. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Skiomopoulos. Thank you.
This is the 70th Tax Forum that is held and organized by the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce. I have the great honor and joy to host here Madam Aspasia Maliou, who is tax partner of Potamitis, Greece. We'll discuss an issue that is of great concern, both to companies and citizens. We speak about this special real estate tax, which is a Paleolithic tax tool that really impedes growth. Let us see whether this tool introduced in 2002 whether this has contributed to the development. And here lies a problem. It should be changed in a way. Thank you, Mr. Skiomopoulos. And I thank the Chamber for the opportunity. This is a very good conjuncture to speak after the friend, Mr. Moskovakos, who presented the day after. Taxation as a tool for growth, not as a hurdle, to be taxation thriving in a very modern technological environment. So it's very apposite to say that this law is the past, not the future. In 2002, it's true, this taxation was introduced and was radically reformed from 2010. And thus, we have a 15% tax on a real estate property of a company if the real shareholder does not come forward. What is interesting of this tax is that it does not serve the classical definition of tax. It has not been introduced so as to have tax revenues. This tax is a counter incentive as it was introduced in the recital. It is a counter incentive so as to limit the lack of transparency of the offshore companies. The fact that it is not a collection measure, it is proven by the earmarked funds in the budget. For 2021, 8,400,000 have been earmarked, while for 2022 was just 4 million euros. Therefore, it aims at limiting a bad notion of tax evasion. Let us try to elaborate on the matter. What is this tax evasion that this law tries to face? Of course, it's not tax evasion due to the business activity, because either the company has its headquarters there, or if it has its plant or that, company profits are taxed here. It doesn't regard ENFIA because ENFIA follows the edifice, not the business activity. So we have the suspicion that this is an indirect tool for limiting tax evasion, where probably of an entity. That means that it is not calculated on the presumed property, the purchase of this piece of property, or the money used for the purchase of this piece of property cannot be justified. At the same time, perhaps it is a measure to limit the transfers, because the shares of the offshore companies are to the bearer. Therefore, they can be easily transferred without the imposition of inheritance tax. Therefore, we have a tax which is an indirect tool that substitutes the institutional role of the authority. What is the institutional role of the authority? To make audits and set the basis. They do not do it, and so it is substituted. Its activity is substituted by this tax. We don't know whether it has served this role of averting tax evasion. What we know is what are the results of the audits that really were affected on the occasion of the effective consumption tax. Figures are interesting because it is deduced that in 2020 we have only 19 decisions of the arbitration committee that concern special real estate tax. In 2020, only 10. In the state code, we have only 3 decisions in 2020 and another 3 in 2021. Nevertheless, out of the study of those cases of 20 years, what do we see? We see that the interpretation and implementation of this legislation is not limited to the extremities of non-transparent capital flows in offshore companies. The law was interpreted in a kind of fearful or punitive manner. I can characteristically mention, first to make myself clear, that despite the fact that we had a Greek tax registry and we could see the company's share of the piece of property, nevertheless, it was not exempted from taxation in cases where, in the series of the purchase of the property we have trust, where in foreign countries we not have the Greek registry of recording companies. When we have maritime companies that do not use this piece of property, but nevertheless the owners have Greek registry number, tax registry number. So looking back, I would conclude that this tax has been interpreted and implemented in a way that has greatly impeded the investment in real estate in our country. So therefore, Is this a hurdle to development? Could we perhaps abolish this special real estate tax without enhancing the trend of tax evasion? What's your view? Well, listen, I believe that when we are involved with taxation, we must view things in a broader way. What is the piece of property for the Greek economy? Isn't it the driving force for development from the onset, from the inception of the Greek state? Wasn't it from the 1922 and onwards with the 1.5 million refugees from Asia Minor? The real estate market in the country traditionally follows a circular move with ups and downs. It met, as we know, a very acute correction due to the crisis, with the result that it shrunk and lost 1/3 of its value. This is a reality. But it is equally a reality that from 2019 and onwards, we see an ascending trend. We see, therefore, an ascending trend of the cycle, but not from the small scale piece of property. The market started moving because foreign capital realized that Greece is a safe country, a European country, a country where real estate values are still compressed. Therefore, it's worth investing. This trend, I believe, has been further enhanced over the last 2 years because we have a significant reduction of the tax rate in company profits. We have an amazing reduction in dividend taxation. We have a separation of the special solidarity tax. We have the recently announced increase of the tax-exempted tax for inheritance. And we also have the offering of incentives, 5A, 5B, 5C, as we call it, for capitals from abroad, and the announced tax intervention for the merger of companies. So on one hand, we have a real estate market that seems starting booming. But at the same time, I have the impression that from 2002 till 2022, we will have a real revolution. That is, it's not merely eco years that have gone by, but very important efforts have been made, both at the level of European Union and OECD, rules of transparency. In other words, we have transposed in the Greek law the central registry of real beneficiaries. Even trusts have to disclose who are the real owners. We have the automated exchange of information from banking and other financial instruments. We have the obligation of reporting suspicious trust-border transactions, the renowned DAT6. We have the registry of taxation havens. Many countries decided to conduct and make contracts of judicial assistance. So we've got a brand new and global environment promoting transparency. At the same time, the struggle of the states that have rich resources and produce wealth, and those who do not have and try to attract them, have an exacerbated struggle. For instance, Greece or Cyprus or Malta. But see also what happens in the Portugal or in the Belgium or even in the Netherlands and Italy. See what measures are taken so as to attract foreign direct investment and rekindle local markets. So it's a brand new environment. And this special property obstacle seems to be indeed a Paleolithic obstacle. So we must review it. Yes, whatever you describe and the tools existing, indeed the state can easily find the owner and see whether they've had the income, verify whether they had the income to make this purchase and so forth. But as you say, perhaps the state should occasionally listen to you with your arguments to view if something's gone wrong and therefore change things. I hope that following this presentation, the politicians or the legislators will understand something and proceed to changes. But additionally, on the basis of this change, this 800,000 exempted, and it did hell in IRS. They all want to make inheritance transfers and so forth. Thank you for the question, because I believe that the great opportunity is not solely that. There has been reaction, as you know, for the LIM saying that the average piece of property is far lower and so forth. And it was a field for political struggle. But let us view the broader picture. Where can this measure help? It can help in upgrading, in refurbishment, the gentrification, whatever, of all family company structures, which is more or less 90% of the Greek enterprise. What's the classic model? The father has a company, the children are to inherit it, the grandchildren. It's the spine of the Greek economy. And this, therefore, allows for the full restructuring of this process. Now the children can acquire the shareholding rights, companies can be reshaped, and we may have a brand new, healthy business reality. Let us not just limit ourselves in viewing the transfer of a small, petty piece of property of 50,000 euros. So you say that it would more rekindle entrepreneurship. Yes, I understand. I would like also to ask you about this complementary tax to EMFIA, which may be abolished or re-enhanced. Well, listen, many of us have staged a huge war in the state court at the time of the big crisis, so as to recognize it as an anti-constitutional law. That is, one cannot tax a piece of property if it doesn't produce anything, if it doesn't yield, therefore, anything. The solution, so as to do away from this great burden, is to integrate all the real estate taxation in EMFIA. A big group of real estate should not be excluded. So if we have the possibility to make this decision, which is purely political, you speak, of course, of fields. Yes, taxation is a political tool par excellence. So if we decide that this should be the day after, then it is clear that we will be able to alleviate this burden from entrepreneurship. So you said we will pay far less, more of us, and this is far more just. Yes. In conclusion, I would like a comment on the rationality, the presumed property value. We must be unique as a country who have that. Well, yes, this is another very interesting story. What happened in reality before the big crisis, the MOUs and so forth? There was an admission by the whole of society, and therefore the political system as well, that the values of property are different from what was called objective value. You remember that we had banks that would grant loans, the so-called repair loans, which actually were nothing more but covering the difference between the objective and non-objective, the effective value of a property, purchase value. This, of course, was not done unbeknownst to the society or the political system. Therefore, the last years, before the crisis, the notion of objective values served a minimum of tax basis upon which taxes should be defined, at the same time left free another part so as to have development with some kind of distorted manner of the market. This has changed now because on many occasions the objective value may be far higher than the effective one, another rationality, because we had a great drop of the real estate market. We see where we have the balance and where we will have a balance somewhere, so as for those not to have a huge difference between them and therefore move to a rationale where it will be redundant. I see. Thank you. We actually made a full coverage, a full tour de force of the whole real estate market. I warmly thank you for your presence. Thank you. I believe for me it was a very useful discussion. See you again. Thank you.
This time of change allows us to look ahead through a new lens. A chance to reframe the future, to uncover unseen opportunities, for organizations to ask new and different questions and create unexpected answers. How can you transform at speed to build value that lasts? Is your transformation plan radical enough to thrive? Has this moment changed customer expectations forever? How can technology help you reimagine your working world? Redefining how we live, work, learn, and consume. Rethinking the role of enterprise. So ask yourself, are you reframing your future? Or is the future reframing you? Transforming to create long-term value for business, people, and society as a whole. Building an even better working world. Find out how we can help you with end-to-end transformation to uncover opportunities now, next, and beyond.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. For one more year, I have the pleasure to moderate, in the context of the Tax Forum, the session pertaining to justice and to the resolution of tax disputes. This session will be divided into 3 parts. And since we have among us some representatives of the legal world, and in order to make the distinction of estates, in the first part we have the Minister of Justice, Mr. Kostas Tsiaras, who represents the legislative estate and executive estate, since he is a minister. Then we will have a talk with Mr. Michailis Epikramenos, Vice President of the Council of State. And in the third part of the session, I'm going to have a talk with 2 lawyers, Mr. Alex Karopoulos and Mr. Panagiotis Pothos. So I would like to welcome the Minister of Justice, Mr. Kostas Tsiaras. I would like to thank him very much, since I know that last week he had a very heavy schedule. He had to be present in the Parliament in order to defend the passing of the criminal code. So thank you very much for accepting our invitation. Mr. Tsiaras, even though not a lawyer, which, as he says, is why many people deride him, has a lot of laws passed during his tenure. I talked earlier about the law that was passed last week. We had also some proposals for the revision of the civil law code. We had also the proposal for a pilot trial, and there are many other activities and laws that have been put forward while he has been a minister. So, the first question I would like to ask the minister is, could you please describe the initiatives that have been taken in the field of justice, taking into account that tax disputes are part of administrative justice? First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation, and I would also like to tell you that it's a great pleasure to accept your invitation and take part in the Tax Forum. I know that it is an institution that focuses on problems that are existing, and also it is a place where new ideas are being formed. The question you asked me, I believe it can be answered very easily, because what we can see is many developments in the field of administrative justice, and especially in justice. The effort is focused on accelerating justice in all its forms, both in political and administrative courts. But especially when it comes to administrative courts, I can tell you that we have institutionalized the electronic submission of administrative documents. I can also tell you that we have passed the new case law of the Council of Auditors, which is accompanied by a very completed text that pertains to the law and to the operation of the Court of Auditors. I can also tell you that we have realized the establishment of specialized departments that process specific cases in the courts of the country. We have established the statistical department in the Ministry of Justice in order to get reliable data that we will use in order to make any necessary change or reform in the future. And of course, I can also tell you that the effort that is being made is focusing on various different levels. We have already passed a completed law for mediation that facilitates the work of administrative courts. We have also passed the changes in the civil law code, introducing at the same time the pilot trial concept, which is a very important development for the promotion and acceleration of justice. But all of these need to be perceived as part of a wider plan of reforms and modernization of justice. If we had to approach all these separately, we wouldn't be following the right approach, because basically what we have done is from the very first moment I took office, we drafted a very specific and comprehensive plan in order to modernize justice in Greece, to make the necessary reforms, but mostly to create a justice that will be acknowledged and respected by the citizens, and of course, justice that will increase this sense of safety for all citizens. And moreover, lately we had a very positive report drafted by the European Commission on the rule of law in Greece. And according to this report, and compared to the European average, we are in a far better position, since the Greek citizens show an increased sense of trust to the judicial instruments. We have improved our place by 2 positions. So you understand that this effort is multifaceted, multi-layered. It is an effort that needs to be carried on in the future, since there are many challenges and issues that we record and we try to resolve. First of all, by taking legislative initiatives, and secondly, by following a specific direction that has remained the same throughout all these years and is related to digital justice, because this is the only way in order to change the Greek reality. And one last thing I would like to say with regard to that. As BB1, which is the integrated system of penal and administrative cases, and as DD, which is the system pertaining to administrative justice, thanks to these 2, we have accumulated valuable experience that has allowed us to understand that all these interventions will make all processes more objective, faster, and transparent. And by doing so, we will create a completely new reality in Greece. Next week, along with the Minister of Digital Governance, we will present the so-called electronic table, which is a very important step in the judicial sector. Moreover, there has been another very important initiative taken by the Ministry of Justice, which again will contribute to the change of reality. Moreover, the digital transcription of the court proceedings is another major step. The digital penal registry, the teletrials, all these are challenges of a new era, of the digital era for justice. Thank you, Mr. Minister. I can say that some of these changes are in the right direction. Since us, the lawyers, we have already started using some of these, like electronic signature. Of course, these signatures need to be checked and verified every year. Maybe this will change, but the point is that I have used solutions like the ones you described, and we can see that these solutions are in the positive direction. Now, I would like to ask you about the future. What do you plan to do for the future? We know that you have already started the public consultation for the School of Judges, but please tell us a few things about what we are planning to do with regard to the RRF. Look, whatever is planned for the short or medium future is inextricably linked with what has been done to date. There was the rationale to update the codes. That is why we passed the code of court officers, a new civil law code, a new case law for the Court of Auditors, and the major challenge is ahead of us since it pertains to the reorganization and restructuring of the National School of Judges, as well as the Code for the Organization of Courts and Court Officers. So these are two chapters that need to be closed once and for all by passing laws which are modern and which can be a tool in the hands of judges and thus do what they need to do without any hindrance. Indeed, the National School of Judges and its reorganization is a major challenge. We have already started the public consultation for the bill of law. You know that there are certain chapters that refer to the subjects that need to be included in the curriculum, since this will make the judges knowledgeable of the current reality. You know that many things have changed since 1985 until to date. 1985 was when the curriculum in the National School of Judges was decided upon. So apart from all these, there are going to be also seminars that the students can attend, and then there will be some placements that will allow all the judges that are training the young judges to evaluate them. And this will be a major innovation and the proof that there's not going to be a one-off process, but that it will be a lifelong learning that these judges will follow. And this, of course, will be important for the judges as well. However, we can have this discussion at a later stage, since I'm willing to have a discussion with the Association of Judges before we pass the bill, before I present the bill of law about the operation of courts. But the point is, as I said, that altogether we can get the best possible results. And that is why I believe that this is the major bet that we need to win. We need to join forces in order to increase the trust that the citizens show to the judicial system and to the role and operation of justice. The RRF is a huge opportunity, and we need to see what is the effort made by all ministries, but also by our ministry, the Ministry of Justice. It is an opportunity and a major challenge at the same time, since we will have the possibility to draw resources in order to train and educate the judges, but also to establish new structures. For example, one of our objectives is to establish a school of court officers, which means that we will have some court officers that will be of very high quality, And most of all, we will be able to upgrade and refurbish the buildings where these schools will be housed. Moreover, we have the plans to purchase a new court in Piraeus. The first Eastern Court of Athens will be built just next to the appeals court, thanks to the resources of the RRF. And of course, we have the tenders PPPs that pertain to the construction of many courts in the country or the upgrading of existing ones. So RRF gives us the possibility to modernize the infrastructure and to create an environment that will be favorable to the judge and to the citizens, and thus will allow justice to be attributed faster and better. And of course, all this will create a sense that justice is in the right direction, in the direction of the future of the digital era, which is the only way. Allow me to repeat. We have a specific plan for changes and reforms, a plan that we have drafted from the very first moment. Now, the utmost objective is to make the Greek citizens, and I'm saying this for the second time because I believe it is important, so to make the Greek citizens trustful of the Greek justice. And this can be done by focusing on the three pillars of justice: people, processes, and infrastructure. We plan to support, modernize, reform all three pillars by following processes which are, of course, in the direction of creating a justice that will be independent, constitutionally guaranteed, and ready to face the future. Okay, very interesting, everything you said. The training of judges is indeed a very important issue. Moreover, the spatial planning of the courts is also very important. One last thing. Are all other partners ready to assimilate the changes you are promoting? I will give you an example. The electronic submission of documents to the Council of the State. Although it has become compulsory, now there is a revisit of this issue. It won't be abolished, but the point is that there is some resistance. No, we cannot talk about resistance. Look, changes always create difficulties. We need to accept that. And they create difficulties to people who are accustomed to a specific process or method, and they are used to follow this process. So that is why we need to make a huge effort, all of us. And this effort needs to be cohesive, concerted, and very strong. You know, what you said in the beginning, that I'm not the lawyer, and many times I'm joking, especially when I'm in the parliament and I'm talking with other MPs who are lawyers. I believe that justice is not a field that pertains exclusively to judges or the parties of a trial. It is something that concerns the entire society. So if we manage to leave this mentality behind, the mentality according to which justice concerns only specific groups of the society, if we manage to revisit the role of society, not the role of justice for society, then we will be able to make the necessary steps. I understand, I respect that there are difficulties, that there are reactions, that there is the human inability to follow some new processes, but still we need to understand that we all need to make our own small contribution if we want to have a justice that will play its role. And once again, allow me to say, if we want to have justice that will be to the service of the citizens and of democracy. Mr. Minister, thank you very much for this very interesting intervention and for everything you said about all these issues pertaining to justice. Thank you very much for being with us here today in the context of the Tax Forum. Thank you very much.
So now we shift to Thessaloniki. We have the great joy and pleasure and honor to have a discourse with Mr. Michail Pikramenos, who has honored us in the past as well with his presence in the tax forum that was held in Thessaloniki. Mr. Pikramenos has a dual capacity because on one hand, he is a supreme judge. He is vice president of the state court, heading the second department of the state court, which is as well known. He has all the tax affairs. And at the same time, he is a scholar. He is an assistant professor in the law school of Aristotelion Panepistimion in administrative law. Not only that, a lot of other properties. He's an author, but I can't waste any valuable time to refer to all his capacities. Thank you, Mr. President, for your presence here. We will not dwell on the jurisprudence of your court, which is very interesting indeed. And it's a very important source for all of us involved with tax law. I would like, however, to dwell on practicalities, which of course have to do with quality of justice. And let me start from a comment on figures. We already spoke of figures in the Ministry of Justice with regard to the progress of hearings and the pending cases. I would like your comment on the subject. From what we see, the pending cases which have to be heard in the State Council from 2012 to date have shrunk by 60%. Respectively, we've seen a reduction with the various interventions in the administrative courts also up to 50%, in administrative first instance courts at 90%. In your department, however, that is the tax affairs, the tax cases, there has been an important reduction of the pending cases, but this does not exceed 30% in the reduction. That means that your division has too many cases, and the ratio with the other divisions of the court state is to the detriment of your division. Do I read things accurately? And if is that so, should something happen? Well, I warmly thank you for the invitation. First of all, it is the second time that I participated in this forum, and I have the opportunity to voice certain things on the operation of the court and this specific division of the court. It is true that the second division is the most burdened department of the court state. I have some figures to offer indicatively. From the 1st of January of 2016 to date, 22,000 cases have to be heard, of which 5,000 regarded the second division of the court state. And since we have 6 divisions plus the plenary session, you realize what's the huge burden upon the shoulders of the second division of the state court, which still holds the primal role to date. Suffices to mention that previous years and the pandemic year and this year, it's still far more burdened than the other division and with greater production. This is due to the fact that the subject, the taxation, is of huge interest for the state, of course. We have a series of demands for annulments on behalf of the state, which perhaps should not be heard because we have jurisprudence on many subjects. This is an issue that is the state having recourse to courts on cases that could be solved through jurisprudence. Furthermore, the second division is also the annulment department. I give you characteristically, we have the offset dues of local administration organizations that is in charge for us, and the issue of objective property values. There are also teams of of cases which is still of concern under certain versions. The principle of mild penalty from the EU also appears in various cases. The complementary elements are also an important part. The offset use also cover a big part of our activity. All these are cases introduced to our division constantly under various forms. And this creates a responsibility for us, a responsibility for a more effective hearing. Suffices to say that last year our division issued 1,122 decisions, an important number if we bear into consideration there was also the pandemic that had started. This year have already reached 600 cases, always taking into consideration the parameter of the pandemic that has led to a great reduction of the hearings in court, because for large periods we were not come in session. That is, cases would be introduced, but the lawyers would not come, the barristers would not appear, and therefore there were postponements. Now, on the issue of postponements, which is a major issue highlighted by the press as well, of course, part of the annulments are to be, we are accountable for those annulments due to the great workload and the degree of difficulty of the cases. It is a technical division par excellence with very difficult concepts we handle, deriving both from the European Union and our Constitution. But part of the responsibility and accountability is of lawyers. They ask annulments very often for reasons regarding perhaps the relations of barristers and solicitors with their customers on how they see a case evolves. And therefore, the burden for an effective operation of the justice lies on through three parameters. The first is the state. It was mentioned beforehand by the minister with regard to the evolutions that are in track. The second parameter are the judges. And the third parameter are the solicitors and barristers. And each parameter has an independent and heavy contribution. That means judges cannot say that since we do not have all the infrastructure, we cannot produce work. Nor can lawyers say that since judges do not operate as they should, or the state doesn't offer what is necessary, we will not produce more work. Each one has one's own independent contribution and responsibility, and we are obliged to extinguish all the margins we have offered by the state and our potential. Thank you, Mr. President. Indeed, therefore, it's commonplace that the second division of the court is burdened with more cases than the other divisions and far more demanding cases. This is something that we have to keep in mind. We are not experts to offer solutions, but as you said, the cases for annulment, as it happened with the cases of competition were diverted elsewhere, perhaps the same should be done here so as to disperse the load, the workload. We absolutely agree. And with regard to postponements, lawyers as well understand part and share of our responsibility because we have witnessed indeed preposterous demands of for annulments by colleagues, and we must show the necessary spirit of cooperation so as to have progress in hearings. Now, let me revert to another issue. We know you have a very rich experience from participation in work teams. You have participated in the survey conducted by Dianeosis for the renewal of the justice system. You have been the author on the time management in administrative courts. Could you please give us your condensed experience and a taste, if you like, from all the survey you have conducted and your participation in work teams? Thank you for this opportunity offered. Let us say that reforms is a continuous and constant evolution, never ceases, because problems change in forms. A turning point in my career was when I started the beginning of 2000 participating in European institutions. That was another world. International and European experiences drawn are amazing and give you the opportunity to think out of the box and therefore find new solutions. Quite important also was my mandate in the School of Judges, where in the last address I made in the Megaron Musikis, I said that the necessary element is the continuous lifelong training of judges. 16 months in the school does not suffice. A real judge's profile can be created when we have lifelong training and all degrees. The 30-year-old judge has other kind of life experiences than the 40-year-old or the 50-year-old. A seasoned judge perceives and grasps reality quite disparately, very differently from a young one. So that was an important step with the current bill for the School of Judges, to have a lifelong training and focused on specific subjects, as is, for instance, the issue of the code of ethics for judges, which is extremely significant and has been greatly developed at global scale. Many countries have specific maps of code of ethics, and we follow suit at the right direction, I believe. The second point that I would like to underscore are infrastructure, and especially the clerical personnel. We're amongst the worst countries in the EU in the ratio of clerks to judges, far more judges than clerks. We need definitely a boosting, not at large, of administrative staff. We need employees in IT, where digitization, in order to be supported, must have the appropriate infrastructure. That is, employees that can really handle IT. Now, with regard to the layout and spatial planning of courts, I participated in a study in 2007. Following my exposure abroad, modern evolutions dictate that we must have very strong and effective courts. The time of scattered small courts all over the sovereignty is obsolete. We want very strong courts that would be operating through IT as well, and have video conferences, and therefore have video hearings. I cannot forget an experience I had in 2014, where in the Council of Europe, I saw a court venue with screens. Therefore, the venue was in Athens, and the barrister was in Thessaloniki or Kos or Castellorizo or Crete, or you have it. We can save time and money and really contribute to the development of justice, exploiting the available means and giving the opportunity to implement the principle of vicinity through IT. Steps are already positive. I've heard from administrative courts using already this method of teleconferencing in order to come in contact with litigators that are in different cities and have no transfers. Another important element is the issue of the evaluation of judges. I suppose in the new code proposed there will be such a notion introduced. And the evaluation to date is very stereotyped, does not give the real picture of every judge. To my view, the evaluation should not be on a penalty basis. It should be primarily corrective and offering incentives. That is, the inspector should point out the positive and less positive elements and give a boost to younger judges to produce work. And last but not least, we're not interested only on numbers, we're also interested in quality in the justice. Therefore, the difficulty ratio of the cases handled by each judge is very important. And usually it's the tough cases that solve problems of broader interest and create jurisprudence for the case law, if you like, create case law for the broader society. Thank you, Mr. President. I keep the optimistic note that all these new technologies, the new spatial planning, digitization at large, will improve the performance of the judicial sector. I hope we will soon reach the goal set by the European Commission as well on the effectiveness of justice, as proclaimed by the Council of Europe. They do not want more than 2 years of hearing for any case. Let me greet you goodbye with a specific question where I do not expect your answer. It could be a subject for a new conference. The question, however, is whether we have the danger from too much of IT and automation for justice to lose its human face. We speak of automated process. It is an issue where this relation with the physical person of the judge is perhaps endangered. I just raise it as a philosophical query to Professor Pikramenos for future discussion in some other forum. This is an excellent question. This concerns mainly the AI department. Artificial intelligence is a next step, and there's a major issue to what extent we might be led to automated solutions and decisions. I know they work on this subject in the Council of Europe, and they try to find safeguards so as to limit it. A last comment from the previous discussions. I would like to point out that the judicial control is always a control of margins and limits. It's a law. It is an issue of constitution. A law can very well not be considered effective, but be indeed under the Constitution, what the Constitution stipulates, and the other way around. So justice has specific margin within which it may move. In no case can it substitute the legal power, which is the only power responsible for primary assessment of its regulations. Thank you, President, for your presence. Our greetings to the wonderful Thessaloniki. We hope to have you with us in the future as well. Thank you.
Winning performance doesn't happen in isolation or by accident. It requires teamwork. It requires great engineering. The demands are the same for winning on the track or in the boardroom. At Taxand, we have the international tax expertise to help your team perform at its best. Whatever your international tax issues, from transfer pricing to M&A to indirect tax to cross-border advisory or disputes, wherever around the globe your business goes, Taxand has the engineers to ensure that you are leading the pack. Taxand's experts in your garage.
So we're moving on to the third and last part of this session pertaining to the justice sector and the settlement of tax disputes. With me are two distinguished colleagues, lawyers, Mr. Alex Karopoulos, partner in the Zepos Giannopoulos firm, and Mr. Panagiotis Pothos, partner in Kyriakidis Georgopoulos law firm. Both gentlemen are involved in tax disputes for decades, actually, and today they are going to talk about the measures that have been taken during the last few years in order to improve justice. And more specifically, justice pertaining to tax issues. Dear colleagues, during the last 10 years, we had a multitude of laws under the pressure of the obligations stemming from the memoranda. We had many developments, for example, the developments in the substantial law and procedural law, and with regard to the tax disputes, we also had many changes aiming at accelerating justice. Everything started in 2011 with Law 3200. So I would like you to talk about these two laws and the developments that they brought about, starting with the tax procedure code. Alexis, after 6 years of implementation of this law and of this code, how do you evaluate it? Thank you, Yanis. My personal view is that it is a positive evaluation that we can make. I have identified two main positive issues, two main positive points of this law. The first one is that it gathered all the scattered laws and which pertain to the different taxations and united them into one. Now the taxpayer can know better and far quicker what stands with regard to taxation. The second very important change in the tax procedure code is Article 9. Article 9 stipulated that when a taxpayer follows the circulars of administrative taxation, then he is not burdened by any tax or fines. This is very important because we know very well that in practice there are many tax auditors who are not abiding by the circulars. For example, in the last few years, we had the stamps for fixed assets. The circular was talking about one thing and the practitioners were doing another. So this tax procedure code has brought about very positive changes. Now, if we proceed to the issue of appeals, I have some mixed feelings. The objective of this reform was to simplify the process followed in courts. According to last data, ever since this process has been applied, only 40% of cases has ended up in court. So we can say that a lot of filtering has taken place. Moreover, we can also see that 25% are positive rulings, which of course is not a great percentage, but it is important to take it into account. The cases that can be considered as difficult or complex will not be handled by the General Directorate of Disputes. The General Directorate, however, can do other positive steps, like, for example, returning withheld taxes, giving back VAT in the case of a bankruptcy. In other words, it's making very positive steps. But when it comes to the big and complex issues, the big and complex cases, it lets the court to decide. Panagiotis, what do you have to say? Yanis, first of all, thank you very much. I would also like to thank the Hellenic American Chamber of Commerce for making me the honor to invite me to this conference and allow me to talk about very interesting issues. Of course, I agree with Alexis. In other words, if someone wished to make an overall assessment, the result would be positive. However, there is always the but. In other words, there are issues that should have been treated differently. I believe that the triptych on which the tax procedure code was based was consolidation, simplification, and modernization on the basis of the international best practices. Undoubtedly, when it comes to consolidation, it has been very helpful. And I'm saying so because, indeed, there were some very fragmented provisions regarding the tax procedure. And it was very difficult both for the taxpayer and the lawyer and the court, the tax authorities to understand and implement. The only difficulty that I can mention is the terms and conditions that governed this code, terms and conditions that hadn't taken into consideration the concepts that had prevailed for so many decades. And this is why some problems were created. And even now, I believe that when it comes to terminology, there is an issue. We are not 100% familiar with the terminology, and this creates a huge problem now with regard to the appeal, to the administrative appeal. Obviously, the objective was to leave behind a system according to which there could be an out-of-court settlement, which basically was a settlement, a give and take, if you like, a negotiation. We were checking which were the damages, how much money was owed, and we were reaching a compromise. And we left that system behind, and we moved to a system according to which there's going to be a court in the context of administration in order to have this checking of fact. So we needed more time in order to ensure this successful transition. A transition to a new system that is based on administrative appeal, that has specific rules, and that aims at filtering the cases before these arrive before the court, because this is the objective of the administrative appeal, as we all know. It's good to hear that you have a good evaluation of these changes. I want to say that I contributed to the shaping of the tax process code. I agree with what you said. I agree with what you said about the terminology and the different concepts. And I agree about the problems that they created. Yanis, I apologize for interrupting you, but I believe that this became even more evident with the so-called revoking statement, where there was a confession, for example, and one could revoke. And all of a sudden, many people reacted to what reactive means. Reactive, they said, and they raised some objections. Yes, this was a very successful step, a very successful institution, and should constitute a priority of ADE. Because indeed, the filtering, as you said, the assessment of the cases reaching the courts are very important issues and very innovative at the same time. Yes, Yanis, during the last quarter of 2021, 57% were positive rulings, which is a very important percentage, and we need to acknowledge, yes, of course. It's what you said, actually. Before, you mentioned about the two basic axes, which are acceleration of process and thus of justice. But I also believe, and maybe we can discuss about that later, we need to focus on qualitative justice or qualitative administrative appeal. And I believe that it is more than obvious that when it comes to big and difficult cases, and when there is anti-constitutional law, other parties need to get involved. Yes, when it comes to crucial issues, issues that have a materiality and importance, both in numbers and in results, I believe that they have a phobic approach. Yes, maybe it would be too much to expect this authority to do everything perfectly. What it needs is the right staff that will be responsible to process even more complicated and complex cases, which, as you said, are more interesting to the wider public. Yes, because we're talking about full control. Let's talk about justice now, administrative justice, and everything that has happened during the last few years. Many changes have taken place. I would like to mention just two, which I believe are very important. The first one pertains to the tax disputes that can now be tried in first instance courts. And the second, the revocation of certain cases. So what can you say about these two? What can you say about these modifications of the case law? Look, 3,200 was a major step forward. In the beginning, I was rather skeptical about it. Because, and since we're talking in the context of this forum that is addressed to businesses which want acceleration, and we all know that the investors are interested in acceleration and in the taxation system, but also in the time that is required for justice to be given, we need to talk about these issues. We need to acknowledge their importance. We need to acknowledge that time is of essence. One thing is to need 3 years in order to process and resolve a case, and another thing is to need 20 years to do the same. So Law 3200 was an effort to accelerate justice by focusing on the customary and tax disputes by abolishing certain concepts that had prevailed for decades. And I'm talking about this revocation, as you mentioned. And by the way, I am jealous of colleagues who are doing these revocations in the Supreme Court, because they have a wide variety of revoking reasons, whereas we are finding it more hard to do the same in other levels of courts. And, of course, with Law 4646 pertaining to tax disputes was an important law. So, coming back to 3200, I believe that we need to revisit this law. Of course, justice needs to be accelerated, but at the same time, I believe that this shouldn't happen to the detriment of qualitative justice. And of course, there are other issues like the one you mentioned with the single instance of a jurisdiction, because, okay, maybe you have a very good judge, but for better or worse, tax issues and tax disputes constitute a combination of tax law, corporate law, and of an economic character at the same time, which I believe a judge in appeals court is not fully capable of processing. And this is also related to the education and training of judges, which is another very important issue. So if you have this single instance court responsible for resolving the issue, then how can you possibly take this case to the Council of the State if this is needed? I believe that this is something that needs to be revisited, because the only way that one can follow in order to take the case to the Council of the State is to diverge from the law. I agree with Panagiotis. Acceleration was indeed achieved to a great extent, because now in the Court of Appeals, approximately 6 months are required for a case to be processed. In 1 year time, a ruling will have been issued. But if the Court of Appeals doesn't comprehend the real case fully, then the taxpayer has no other possibility to take the case before the court and to be listened about real and important incidents and cases. And I believe that the Council of State and the revocation does not examine the arguments behind the ruling of the Court of Appeals. So there is an issue of interpretation of the law that is related to the revocation and to its acceptance. It is not clear exactly which reason for revocation is accepted or not. And the biggest problem is the complex tax issues that the court has to handle. issues pertaining to permanent residences or transfer pricing, especially when it comes to transfer pricing. There needs to be a support by an economist. We have seen that repeatedly in the cases that we have handled. We need the support of an economist. And I don't know whether a proposal could be, for example, to have a legislative provision like the one pertaining to the return of a tax. Maybe something similar could happen for transfer pricing cases, in which there should be a contribution and support of experts. Yes, the latest figures show that the pending cases have reduced considerably. We talked about that with Mr. Bikramenos earlier on. However, we have reached a point where the procedural law has been limited, and maybe this is something that should be revisited. For example, maybe we should revisit the thousands of revocations on behalf of the public sector. Right now, if you have 3,500 cases in the secondary department pending, and you have 20 judges to rule over them, you understand that it is impossible for them to do that in 2 years' time, since we're talking about a huge volume of cases. So we need to follow a different approach and have a different organization, because for the time being, the courts are not in the position to handle all those cases. And many times, the first instance court is doing its best in order to meet the deadlines. But apart from that, there is also the Council of the State that needs to be examined and with regard to its performance. Now, I would like to ask you about the out-of-court settlement, which will be the responsibility of the newly established committee. What do you have to say about that? Allow me to say that it is a failed effort. Although it started as a fast-track procedure in order to resolve cases, and I'm talking about tax certificate, I'm talking about eliminations. So basically, it was a step in order to reduce the load that the courts had to handle by continuously extending the deadlines for rulings. Now, addressing to the committee of out-of-court settlement means that maybe you will need even more time than the one required if you had taken the case before the court. And the problem is that you may have spent so much time and no ruling is issued, which means that you need to take the case back to the court. So this committee was something promising in the beginning, but it proved to be failed. Just yesterday, I informed a client of mine that he would get an extension. He didn't quite understand, and he thought that this was good news. I explained to him that it was not the case. So we are trapped, basically, expecting the developments. Yes, Yanis, and this in combination with DEV, where there are 9,000 pending cases in DEV. There has been, of course, an extension given for the issuance of ruling. Now we have many silent rejections issued by DEV. So again, what we can see is an overload of cases for which measures need to be taken. Yes, you are very right. And generally speaking, there is this feeling that the DEV is understaffed. So, as I said earlier, maybe we should give priority to that, because it's a shame for an institution that has been so effective and has made so many efforts to not enjoy the trust of the taxpayers because it is understaffed. We don't have much time. We have 30 seconds. So if you'd like to add something, Would you like to say anything about the case law, about laws in general? Last year, I had talked about the ruling of the Council of the State about the stamps. Last week, I was in the Council of the State and I talked about stamps on cash pooling, something that is of interest to many multinationals and groups. Again, we follow the rationale that it is out of field VAT, so it does not require a stamp. In 2022, we will have the ruling, so this is an important development and we will inform you when we know. As the President said earlier, an important decision that we will support will pertain to the complementary documents, complementary to the tax return, that is. I believe that this will be an interesting development, and generally speaking, this is what we have been talking about for so long, this constant battle against the legal issues and legal requirements. I believe that the developments that will come in the near future will simplify the process and will minimize the intensity of this battle. Yes, we're going to have some developments with regard to the revoking statement, so we will meet again in order to talk about it. I would like to thank my dear colleagues for being with us here today in the context of the Tax Forum, and I would also like to thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being with us. Thank you very much.
So let me thank the chamber for the invitation extended to me that gives me the opportunity to participate once again in the tax forum. And let me tell you that it's a very conscious choice to discuss with a businessman. It is interesting to discuss about taxes and economy, but taxes would be senseless unless there were production, unless there were productive tissue. Therefore, I will be discussing today with Mr. Klimis Tsaklidis, which is a classic medium company, which is in the spine of Greek economy. Mr. Klimis, why is the company that you represent today a classic paradigm of a Greek company? Good afternoon to all. First of all, allow me also to thank for the invitation and the opportunity given through this forum to express and convey some concerns that pest the classic, so-called classic Greek companies. Now, to address the question, with we have 9 billion euros of turnover, and we employ 80 persons, more or less. And it's a classic Greek company because we are a purely family company, as it happens with most Greek companies, governed intensely by the family character. Well, this is all, more or less, if I want to say. Well, that's very interesting, says the moderator. It's true that Greek companies do have the family element very intense, even if they are SE, LTD, that is, regardless of their legal form, the family character is an element. This, besides, Eliot says, in Greece, the capital has a name and surname, while in classical capitalism, this doesn't apply. On the other hand, these companies, can they stand in the globalized environment? That is, companies that have very intense family and personal characteristics in the administration, can they withstand and uphold competition? Not only can they survive, but actually they can also thrive, to my view. I usually hear that the size of these companies is a deficit, is a disadvantage vis-à-vis big companies, but the flexibility of our size is an advantage, actually. Besides, recently we have seen that many big companies have turned to subcontracting, aiming at a more effective, productive operation. I suppose that you're also assisted by the evolution of technology, IT, that is taking orders, placement of orders from abroad. Yes, obviously, yes, we're greatly assisted in that. Let me ask something else, however. I know, I say it on the air, you made a special production as a company when COVID was launched. You are the ones that produced the masks, regardless of if someone knows it or not. This was an evolution which I suppose greatly served the Greek economy. In what way did you manage to do so, however? How were you linked with the production? Yes, it's true that we are the company that was the first to produce the well-known masks against COVID-19 in cooperation with the Medical Society of Thessaloniki and the president, Mr. Exadaktilos, who presented the respective technical standards. We managed at the very beginning of the pandemic to adapt and transform our assembly line so as to plan and produce and provide to all Greek hospitals, and not solely there, masks, and a very competitive price, even vis-à-vis the imported masks from China. So this was a great feat. For me, it's a great important element and shows what is the offer of Greek economy, especially when it is a productive company. And therefore, I consider that it's interesting to view how these companies survive. Can these companies, however, without having the staffing of technocrats, but staffed through members of the family, can they stand and uphold competition, global competition? Well, listen, the BOD by members of the family is at the first steps of those companies. If at the same time with the growth, technocrats are not involved in BOD, but always in cooperation with the shareholders, we will never have a successful paradigm. Therefore, my view is that a rational coexistence between technocrats, executives, and members of the family is an advantage and a key to success. So that is very pleasant. Let me ask something more that we perhaps should view. It is only not logical if the public dialogue and discourse in the country mentions those companies, I suppose that the state should also be beneficial vis-à-vis those companies, although this is not the case, I believe. Do you believe that there are actions that or steps that the state should take? Well, that's clear. Yes, there are such measures that are beneficial for such companies. Could you rephrase your question again, says the discussant? Yes, the question is whether the Greek state supports, as it should, the Greek companies, or does it have as a primordial mission attracting foreign investment? Well, they must give attention to companies of our size and not underestimate them vis-à-vis foreign investment. Of course, FDI is very important for our country, but imagine if we have in the future foreign companies and having the existing Greek companies closing down. that would create a negative balance on many levels, and especially employment. Well, you see, in Greece, more than 55% of the labor market is covered by SMEs, and therefore what we call a classic Greek company. The law, however, the recent law on mergers and cooperation, isn't it a law that offers incentives and assists companies to be enhanced, perhaps to overcome also this family character? Would you believe that it will yield? To be honest, I do not believe so. I'm not a firm believer of that, because looking back to the tax history, there have been many similar situations and bills and laws adopted that did not have the respective result. I don't know what will change now. And I wonder whether we aim at real economy, as we said. We speak of family companies. I consider that during the adoption of such bills, we should put the emphasis on the social theory of Greeks, that they all want to be bosses of themselves. That's why they don't attain their goal. Yes, I suppose you're right. Anyway, you are young, so whoever examines the history of the country will see that indeed such a law has existed. 2326 of 96 was a major effort for that, but has failed. There are many such laws in Greece which did not manage to convince the Greek small or medium-sized company to merge with others. And perhaps the view here that economy is a social science and therefore it's justified. When one drafts a bill, one must bear into consideration the social data, because unless one takes into consideration social data, there's Greek society particularities, if you like, one is doomed to fail. Another, however, interesting issue is this transfer, the passing down from generation to generation. And we should discuss it here with regard on how this is passed over, and also the latest law on tax exemption for property value up to 800,000 euros. Well, listen, the major problem is the greater tax burden due to inheritance taxes from one generation to the other. And this is something that has to be examined. It's true that 800,000 euros tax exemption is tax exempted, is towards the right direction. But which SME which competes at global scale has so low equity? And if it does so, 800,000 euros do not cover merely that gap, that is the shares inheritance from a generation to the other. But as it was mentioned beforehand, it's the issue of property, of real estate inherited. So yes, this law is to the right direction, but we should examine separately the issue of equity share inheritance from one generation to the other. Unless this happens, there will be negative prejudice against family companies, I believe. Well, yes, indeed, there is a great concern. But there is currently a disposition according to which the transfer from a legal entity to a legal entity is tax exempted, while this is not the case for physical persons, which existed in the past. In 2003, we had the law when there was inheritance in a family company from one generation to the other, there was a special regime where the shares were inherited with a mere 1.2% tax, a kind of stamp fee. And this offered the possibility to have a succession in Greek companies, which has helped in the evolution in due course with regard to what we currently witness in Greek companies. And I believe that we should examine it. Yes, something similar should happen now as well. Yes, you're right in that, in this process. Let alone, when I think of it, what pops in mind is another element of concern. Perhaps you don't know it. The way this inheritance share value is calculated. The particularity is that we use the old tax regime and with reference to accounting standards which are abolished. The presidential decree, therefore, that is abolished is currently the basis used for the way in IRS services try to calculate the tax on the shares inherited, passed down. Yes, it's true. You consider, however, the current regime according to which these companies are treated. Does it help them in attracting personnel? Can they do something more? Listen, as you said beforehand, prosperity of companies, medium-sized companies, helps at the level of unemployment a lot. Would you be able to attract people from brain drain? Yes, either brain drain or brain gain, whatever. Let us view the problem per se. We want to bring back a Greek scientist or keep a Greek scientist not leaving the country, be it an engineer, an economist, whatever. The specific person makes the choice to leave the country, mainly due to the many advantages offered by other countries, Germany, Switzerland, and so forth, in payment and so forth. Now, whether us SMEs offer respective salaries, no, definitely we cannot. Of course, we could offer a very decent income to that person, and why not also offer some dividend from profitability. But this is banned. Yes, it's not only banned, but also it is taxed. So we don't only have the taxing, additionally we have the social security funds of additional contributions on any bonus one would like to offer to such an employee. Yes, you're right. I must tell you actually now, city in Thessaloniki, there is a big history. It is one of the irrationalities in the Greek reality. When one wants to retain an employee, put him a shareholder in the profits, then one has to pay not only taxes, but also additional social contribution that is at 50% of the salary. That is, of the 10,000 salary, the person has 5,000 in pocket. It's inconceivable, and this does not go hand in hand with current reality. That would be a tool, that is the possibility to participate even in the form of bonus in the profits without additional social security benefits, would be a great tool and would act as a brain gain, because the reduction of tax at premises for someone at 50% is not so effective. Through the profits sharing, one could offer such kind of prerogative. The truth is that the legislator offered such a right, that is the discretionary power of stock option. But the question is whether a Greek family company would offer shares to a third party. No, I don't think that that would happen. It's not the way, this modus operandi. Actually, when I read this disposition, I thought that this is an excellent disposition, but it is copy-paste from foreign countries, and it is not adapted to the social data of the Greek society. That's why you said the participation in the profits without the burdening of social security contribution would be rational move, and will give an incentive to someone to come back from abroad or not leave at all. Let me say something else, however. As far as I know, you have a plant at Kilkis, close to the border. So that brings you close to the neighboring countries with a lower social contribution rates and so forth. Yes, that's true. As you said, we are at Kilkis. And it's very easy for any company to take its equipment and be relocated to a neighboring country at a lower taxation rate. the non-pecuniary cost is lower, the contribution is lower. As for in Bulgaria, for instance, only 10% of calculation, 32% of social security instead of 36, and they're far more competitive than our companies. And now that you see it, I think that there was a program in 2007 to boost those companies so as to maintain the personnel there and have them supported, which, if I'm not mistaken, you collected last year. Yes, 10 years at the time. In 2007, I was not in the company, but I know that we collected last year. That is 13 years to collect the payment. Yes, it's to the right direction, but things should happen on a timely way. It's true, because as you said, all companies which are neighboring to countries of a far more beneficial, more flexible tax regime do have an issue. And actually, we must also assess that all our surrounding countries are like that, unfortunately. It's not like in the mid-Europa where tax rates are higher. Yes, let me also raise another issue on what you said. It does have to do with social security contribution and taxation. It has to do with the fact that we are in Kilkis, neither in Thessaloniki nor in Athens. And in the industrial park where we are, there are many significant companies that I could mention. And an important, simple but important issue is infrastructure, dominant issue. The internet that we have in our area is ancient indeed. And I wonder how can we compete current reality on such slow internet? How can we expand in e-trade, have a modern CRM program, and why not? How can we work with my data and any new thing coming in the market currently? Yes, now that I think of it, you're right. With such infrastructure, it's very difficult to keep up with the pace, even the desired growth that the state wishes, be it my data or anything else. And because I've had the previous panel of lawyers speaking of although this is valid and not applied and implemented by the IRS, is something that passes, I believe that such an issue would facilitate you. Well, in conclusion, is there something else that you would like to point out? Well, another concern, quickly, since we are an export company over the last 15, 20 years, and I consider that this is something that should be boosted in our country, in the recent tax incentives introduced, they were offered for advertisement campaigns within domestic, but not for information campaigns and advertisement abroad. They should think of that. Yes, you're right. Yes, you're absolutely right, because that disposition refers that advertisement concerns those who are in the Greek registry. You're right. The state should do it. Well, time expires, Mr. Klimis. I don't know whether you want to add something. So, helping you, I would like to say that what we should retain from such a panel is that Greek companies are mainly medium-sized companies, as yourself, which, however, are the spine of the country, and this is the real economy. And the state must bear in mind that when they discuss economy and taxation, they should not make a merely copy-paste from abroad. They should be adopted to the Greek reality. Thank you for the invitation once again.
Είναι μια χώρα στην οποία μπορεί κανείς να έχει μια εξαιρετική ποιότητα ζωής. Η κουβέντα εξαιρετική ποιότητα ζωής ηχεί πολύ έντονα και με μεγάλο βάρος στα αυτιά των ανθρώπων οι οποίοι πλέον έχουν την οικονομική επιφάνεια να την επιλέξουν και να την πραγματοποιήσουν. Άρα λοιπόν είναι σωστό, ασφαλώς και είναι σωστό η Ελλάδα να προσπαθεί σε αυτό το διεθνή ανταγωνισμό. Υπενθυμίζω ότι και η Ισπανία και η Πορτογαλία και η Ιταλία έχουν θεσπίσει πριν την Ελλάδα ανάλογα καθεστώτα που αποσκοπούν, και μάλιστα ορισμένα είναι και ευθέως συγκρίσιμα, που αποσκοπούν στην προσέλκυση αυτού του υψηλού εισοδήματος και θα έλεγα υψηλής καταναλωτικής δύναμης επίπεδου φορολογούμενους και πολίτες στη χώρα.
Τώρα, από όλα αυτά τα οποία έχουμε ακούσει, από όλα αυτά τα αναπτυξιακά φορολογικά καθεστώτα που προσπαθούμε να φέρουμε και στην χώρα μας, υπάρχει ένα καθεστώς για τα φυσικά πρόσωπα υψηλής οικονομικής επιφάνειας, όπως λέμε και εμείς στους δελφούς, το High Net Worth Individuals. Αυτό μοιάζει να είναι το πιο ελκυστικό. Δηλαδή, τα φυσικά πρόσωπα εύπορα να έρθουν στην Ελλάδα φορολογικά. Δεν έχει τύχει όμως ευρείας αποδοχής, κύριε Πούλιο, αυτό το πρόγραμμα. Για ποιο λόγο?
Μίλησε και ο συνάδελφός μου, ο κύριος Τούντας, από την EY χτες για αυτά τα καθεστώτα αναλυτικά. Ευχαριστώ που μου κάνετε αυτή την ερώτηση, γιατί πάμε πέρα από αυτό το οποίο ακριβώς προβλέπει ο νόμος. Έχω την εντύπωση ότι οφείλεται σε δύο παράγοντες. Τον έναν μπορώ να πιστοποιήσω ότι είναι από δεδομένα έρευνας, δηλαδή έχουμε ανθρώπους που μας μιλάνε. Το άλλο είναι η εντύπωσή μου και μόνο. Το πρώτο είναι το ότι οι υψηλού εισοδήματος ή υψηλού πλούτου ιδιώτες παγκοσμίως δεν είναι άνθρωποι που εύκολα θα αλλάξουν τις σταθερές της ζωής τους. Δηλαδή δεν είναι οι τύποι οι οποίοι θα κάνουν forum shopping ψάχνοντας να βρουν την καλύτερη χώρα για αυτή τη χρονιά και μετά αν βγει μια άλλη καλύτερη χώρα για την επόμενη χρονιά να αλλάξουν κλπ. Είναι άνθρωποι οι οποίοι κάνουν ένα προγραμματισμό ο οποίος καλύπτει τις βασικές τους παραμέτρους. Η χώρα μας είναι τέτοιος προορισμός, τον οποίο μπορεί κανείς να εντάξει αυτό τον προγραμματισμό, και είναι άλλη μία από τις χώρες που ήδη προϋπάρχουν. Είναι καινούργια αυτά τα καθεστώτα, κύριε Τσεκούρα. Δεν περιμένουμε ακόμη, θα ήταν νομίζω παράλογο να περιμένει κανείς να υπάρχουν 10.000 άτομα να χτυπάνε την πόρτα της Ελλάδος υψηλού εισοδήματος και να λένε κάναμε τώρα Έλληνα φορολογικό κάτοικο με αυτό το καθεστώς. Από την άλλη υπάρχει ένα ζήτημα το οποίο είναι τεχνικό και το οποίο έχει να κάνει, γιατί αυτοί οι άνθρωποι τα μελετούν πριν να τα κάνουν, έχει να κάνει με το ότι φοβούνται μερικές φορές να μην η παρουσία τους εδώ ή η παρουσία τους οπουδήποτε να μην τραβήξει και την φορολογική έδρα των νομικών προσώπων που εξαρτώνται από αυτούς. Για παράδειγμα, αν οποιοδήποτε Dassault
Dassault or any Dassault. I'm just giving you an example. If they were to come to Greece and be considered as a high net worth individual according to Article A, then he should have a guarantee that his companies, when he replies to an email from Greece or when he is performing an administration act, that he wouldn't be taxed in Greece as if he brought his taxation residence here and here. For example, the one who purchased the Scorpios Island, does he get any guarantees that his companies will not have any problems with the Greek taxation? This is a void that still exists, and which takes me to another point I want to touch upon, the family offices. They are an institution which Greece introduced last February in order to frame exactly these high net worth individuals, these citizens of high income and wealth who would like to relocate in Greece. We have heard all these things, especially as the journalist. However, I would like to ask, is there the framework that will allow the establishment of a family office in Greece? Mr. Tsakouras, there is. But it is not completed. This is the but that we always need to mention. Yes, there is always a but. You will allow me to be very specific because I don't want to sound theoretical. The legal framework exists. The provisions have been institutionalized last February. The similarity of the operation of this legal structure or of this legal entity that will be taken by the family office can be taken by any businesses apart from the non-profit making organizations. So they can have this structure in order to attract investments in Greece. And however, there are some issues that remain unresolved. However, this institution was deeply criticized by a large part of the press when it was first institutionalized. I don't agree with this criticism. I don't agree, neither me nor many of the colleagues with whom I had this discussion. And as I said, I want to talk about with very specific examples. So someone said, why should we only have this, especially for Greek taxpayers, to establish family office and not a foreign one? The point is one Greek tax resident is enough in order to bring the entire family office. Secondly, they said that why should there be only a 7% markup to the expenses in the family office here? Why shouldn't we approach it on the basis of Law 89, depending on the services that it provides? Why shouldn't we give 5 or 10%? Or many people said that there is a very limited definition of a family. In other words, why should the next generation be considered as family and not a wider concept of a family? But very easily, a family office, if it stops serving two generations, father and son, or grandfather and father, then it can easily be transferred to the next generation with minimum tax burden, if there are any, actually. Another criticism was pertaining to the amount of expenditure that is required, 1 million, which they deemed as very high. But I believe that the ministry, and I believe wisely so, decided to establish in Greece a family office of the rationale by which it includes all the expenses that a high net worth individual can have in Greece. For example, expenses for the people working at home, for the guards, for the operation of the house, supermarket, in other words. Even of the financial advisor cost could be considered as part of the expense. In other words, the one who will manage the family office, because the point is that the management of expenditure is actually important and can define the establishment of a family office. But what is a family office? Family office is the supporting structure of those wealthy individuals who opt for Greece in order to become a tax resident. It is a support structure that has secretaries, has advisors, and definitely it has expenses. Maybe the lawyer is not working in Greece, but it certainly incurs certain expenses. The lawyer may be working in Lebanon, for example. Still, he will invoice his services to the family offices, and this expense will be taken into account. Yes, of course. Can I ask you something else in order to see whether there is a real incentive or not? Because right now, we don't have any family offices in Greece, okay? If a wealthy individual, or let's take a wealthy family, will they take the family office from Singapore or from anywhere else and bring it to Greece? Because you said earlier that a physical person that is wealthy will not change so easily the location of the family office, will not choose Greece in order to start business activity or be taxed here. So why should a big family do that? And we're talking about not one member in the family, but many members in the family. Why should they make this decision? Very good question. It is true, and I would like to repeat it, that these people do not make fast or easy choices. However, Greece is a country that can play this role. It is a country that has a very high standard of living. Life in Greece is of great quality, and now all people know that. It is a country that has a stable legal status. It is a country that has specific small problems like any other Western country of the developed world has. And it is a country in which, with 100,000 euros, the physical person, or 100,000 and 20,000 the wife, and 20,000 the child, per tax per year, given that if you are a net worth individual according to 5A in Greece, you don't need to declare your tax revenues from anywhere in the world. Now, and thanks to all this, Greece gets an important role to play, and it is a serious choice. Yes, but you said earlier that we shouldn't expect this to happen overnight. In other words, even if we have family offices or wealthy physical persons, we need to allow some time. Isn't it right? Yes, and it is the time that is required by the Ministry of Finance and by the Ministry of Development in order to work together and issue the joint ministerial decision that will clarify a very pivotal issue, which is, in our view, the only real issue on the basis of which criticism can be made. It is an issue that needs to be resolved so as this institution can become a reality. And I'm talking about, of course, the issue of attracting the foreigners who want to establish an investment residence here in Greece. In other words, if there is the slightest suspicion, to put it in English, since it's an international terminology, okay, if the attraction of the tax residence of the companies in Greece happens because of the high net worth individual being in Greece, or of the actions that this individual proceed to, so this, if it is not resolved in a way that is friendly to the institution, then and friendly to those that we want to attract, then the institution of family office will not materialize. As a financial editor, since you talked about the mass media before, I would like to tell you that we were confused by the VAT. We didn't know which would be burdened by VAT and which not. Maybe this joint ministerial decision that you mentioned would clarify all this. Obviously, a family office that wants to be established here in Greece will know all these. However, us, the financial editors, do not have a clear picture of what stands 8 months after the announcement of family offices. Yes, this is another technical issue. Which will undoubtedly be clarified by the joint ministerial decision. What you insinuate is that there is an exemption from VAT given to the family offices. Now, the way we understand it, if the family office invoices for its expenses for this 1 million, so if it invoices a physical person that is the member of the family that has established the family office in Greece and is its shareholder, then comes the Ministry of Finance that says, okay, you will have a VAT exemption. But if the family office invoices the expenses on the name of a company of the group operating abroad, then all the rules applying to VAT will be applied. In other words, it is an exemption that may sound strange, but if you interpret it in the wider context, you will realize that it is a very legal exemption in accordance with the existing laws. Mr. Poulios, unfortunately, we don't have any more time. I believe we kept the time given to us. Thank you very much for being with us. It was Mr. Konstantinos Poulios, partner, tax services at Grant Thornton Hellas. Thank you very much. We would like to thank all of you. We will be back again in a few minutes in order to see what stands for the transfer pricing.
We resume our works. We have with us on the panel Mr. Ioannis Giannopoulos, who is General Manager of Sol Kraue. He is Head of Tax Advisory Services. Good afternoon. We will converse on price transferring. It is a subject concerning entrepreneurship of our country as well, because we operate within the European Union anyway. But these price transferring, how do they originally affect company decisions? Thank you. I thank the Chamber for giving us this opportunity where we discuss issues of entrepreneurship. Price transferring is something that is of great concern, and we speak of priced transactions which are related. What we have to deal with is the arm's length principle. To see, therefore, the prices between the connected companies would be if a company was independent to us. Therefore, this whole subject, one has the part that concerns pricing. We should see whether the way we price, we create some kind of leverage on the result that might affect the calculation of tax towards the other company. In other words, we see here something that regards related companies, groups. For Greece, there is specificity because we have price transferring within the sovereignty as well, while in most cases, both in the European Union and all over the world, transactions concern trans-border agreements. Therefore, what we see here is that we try to find per legal entity to have the taxation basis responding to those transactions. If one considers that price transferring started on the rationale of a development, a growth incentive, because we want to use it as a corporate pricing tool, so as to be able thus to help companies and the model one wants to serve, and not cause to the legal entity, either legal entity, any problem. With regard to the tax basis, listening, also of us listening about price transfer pricing, what comes in mind is the audits by the IRS, which in most cases are not very legitimate. Of course, the audience knows what the reality is. They know what is the incentive, the legal incentive leading to such audits, the legal one, I mean. But this whole regulatory framework governing price transferring, what is it, Mr. Giannopoulos? As I said, price transferring was introduced in Greece in 2008, a law introduced by the Ministry for Development. For the first 3 years, there was merely the obligation to declare those prices to the Ministry of Development. Following that, it came under the remit of the Ministry of Finance through Law 2138, and ever since the auditing part starts. And now we speak of laws 41, 72, and 74, where through those two laws we audit transfer pricing. And by auditing, I do not imply solely the accounting data, but also the way it is affected, the way one plans and designs the price transferring. And the critical part for companies is precisely the way they design those transfers, because the law gives a certain margin within which one can move and see what is the one best servicing the business needs, but at the same time doesn't cause problem in the calculation of the base for taxation as set by law, not only for Greek companies, but also for foreign companies. We've heard recently, and we still do, that some rules, there's an effort to introduce some rules or to change perhaps some price transferring that the European Union has seen. That's why I ask. Let me reformulate the question. Do you believe that we will have events on this front that is in the framework of price transfer? Yes, there are evolutions, there are things changed, and it's only natural because as time goes by and while applying European or national law, problems arise, which each time the legislator has to solve, must find the optimal ways. Therefore, actually, in the last years, what we have been witnessing is the incorporation, the transposition to national law of directives and decisions of the OECD and EU. As I said in the beginning, price transferring have been introduced as a notion from the mid of the 20s. And actually, this is based on Article 3 of OECD on bilateral agreements. That is the way countries between them calculate how companies and profits will be taxed, either one or the other country. Therefore, what we expect now or what is to come, or if you like, a recent directive introduced, was the decision of the European Union on COVID, where it was announced in December of 2020 and was introduced in Greece and national law in 2021. This is a way we should handle things, and I say we should handle things because knowledge starts to be integrated and audit procedures and legislations affecting the European Union pass through laws so as to have equal footing and equal treatment between both the involved parties and the companies. Therefore, indeed, we expect things to come from the European Union, and we'll be seeing them. Some have already referred to some initiatives already taken. Well, yes, on the one hand, we've got the strategy that the company should apply, a group perhaps, for its taxation. On the other part, we've got the compliance part of tax compliance, that is. A company, therefore, a group, should put those things in balance and have it well balanced to be on equal footing. So what are the challenges that a group will face so as to be on equal footing, that is to have strategically correct decision and compliance vis-à-vis tax authorities? What we should actually see, and I say we should see because I consider that on the price transferring subject, par excellence, it is considered to have a specialized consultant. It is more or less sine qua non because we've got interpretation of laws and the ways we should deal with the transactions. Most importantly, we must see which companies are considered related and for what reason. It is very easy to view the issue from the viewpoint of the businessman or the obligation. But the main thing is that on the basis of 4172, Article 2, we define which are the connected companies, either within the sovereignty or abroad. A second issue to see when we speak of price transferring and documentation of transfer pricing and the observation of the arm's length principle, we speak of documentation from the very first euro. There's important difference, however. On the basis of the law, they will have to declare the price transfer, the aggregate table be submitted to the ministry and have ready the sums of those price transferring when we speak of specific turnovers. This is the obligation vis-à-vis the law, which of course entails penalties and pecuniary sanctions for non-submission, modification, or fraudulent declaration. On the other hand, when there is price transferring, the company has to observe the principle of arm's length from the very first euro, regardless of whether it has the obligation to submit the table or compile a file or not. Therefore, the IRS will come along in the audit to see whether the company has complied in submitting the tables. The audit, however, offers the possibility to see whether the existing transactions observe this principle. This is basic that we should view. And the second issue is that now, as time goes by, we start having knowledge and experience, and we exceed the mere observation of prices and indices, and we enter the substance of the documentation of price transferring, which is to see whether the profit in each company is in direct relation with the respective tax, and then we enter the rationale to see the functional analysis of each transaction and see whether the value chain here offers the value of the tax basis that corresponds. So we don't see a transaction 100 euros, whether it is documented or not, but what is the operational analysis? What is the risk undertaken by the company? What are the risks undertaken by each company in the group? And depending on this analysis, us, the consultants, or the companies will conclude on whether observing the arm's length principle is the indicated one, or on the basis that of the risk assumed by each company. So you consider these are the elements that the company has to bear into consideration if they decide to make a price transferring. Yes, actually, yes. We start to view the transactions. As I said, most importantly is to have a policy of price transferring in the group. And then we should view, on the basis of the risk assumed by each company of the group, whether it indeed covers the percentage, the share of the taxation basis that it should. Let me give you an example. If a company has a transaction with a company, either in Greece or abroad, or in the European Union, or somewhere close, with a preferential tax rate, it is not that important. Actually, we must see who assumes the risk. That is a transaction of A to B, two companies that are related. Does anyone assume also the cost of financing, of production, and additionally the risk of returns or product returns, or also assumes the risk of rebates? As you understand, the company that has assumed the greatest risk, the greater risk, should have the biggest profit margin, comparatively speaking. So it's not important whether it has a lower tax rate. It's not only that. No, we first make the analysis to see in the value chain where do we have the biggest business risk assumed. This is the main reason. Now, do you believe that there's a future in that? Is there something to expect in the field of transfer pricing? Is there a part which should be either changed or the company should know that they are to deal with? Because economy changes, the framework changes, both the national and European framework changes. Everything will have to be adapted. So do we have things at hand that we'll have to know? Well, definitely we do have, and it could not be otherwise, because each year, every year, there are committees involved with a study on how taxation could evolve. Therefore, on this basis, even if we speak of price transferring and internal transactions within a group, it has been said already, one of the most important things is the climate change, but also the digitization of the labor market. The impact, therefore, of COVID on companies at large and society have dramatically changed the rules and the way we will be discussing about taxation and especially price transferring. Therefore, what we consider that will happen is that amongst the states there will start be some basis for joint calculation of the taxes to be imposed. It is something that we expect and look forward to. Or the well-known nomads of work. It's not that we've been listening to it for years, but actually we've reached a point where I consider that we are ante portas for that. And since we speak of that, we might say as well, but whatever we have been expecting, I may say in extenso, whatever you were expecting both from the OECD and the European Union and has been discussed is the impact of BEPS 2 that can be seen on the daily life. Two pillars were already created, one having to do with digital economy and the other has to do with the allocation of profits and presumable tax. This is something which is in force, has been discussed, will be approved by the European Union and will come along. And not only that, we already see many countries that have adopted BEPS 2 and who have entered the rationale of speaking of a just taxation of profits where profit is created. It's something which is gradually be accepted all the more so. So this rationale, we want to see the profit taxed where it is created, regardless of whether the headquarters of a company lies elsewhere. This was created mainly because of the gig companies, which have headquarters somewhere and offer products and services either directly or indirectly to the end user. Therefore, what is created now is that we want to have the income taxed on the basis the country, on the source, in the source, where it is created. This, to date, there is a discussion, if you like, where we speak of companies of more than 20 billion euros. It only touches 78 of the 100 biggest companies. But this is a trend which is being shaped for a just taxation. And I believe that what we said beforehand, as you mentioned, another discussion takes place to have amongst the multinationals especially a minimum tax that will be imputed where each company is operative and which should be approximately 15% on the turnover. This is what it means if a company has bigger or smaller tax rate. In that company, they should have to cover the difference of tax. Therefore, there's an effort through a more generic policy to start allocating the tax between countries where the income is created. And this perhaps eventually may create a trend for multinationals to have to submit an IRS return to one single country, not others. Anyway, the implementation of Pillars 1 and 2 is discussed and will be attained within 2023. There's also one more discussion at the level of European Union that has been discussed in the OECD, which is the renegotiation of Article 9 on bilateral agreements. And we look forward and expect the conclusions, which will affect the basis, the modus operandi of the price transferring, both at the global and national level. So there's a lot that we have in our plate. Yes, there's a lot at hand in the immediate future. And the value here lies in the fact that companies must be in very close cooperation with their consultants, so to view aspects. Let us please, we should not exceed our time, says the moderator. Yes, something important that I see for companies, that on many cases there is a kind of displeasure by the businessman saying that I have submitted my IRS return, I have paid my tax. Why should I reform and calculate differently this tax in relation to another tax that I've paid for the legal entity? This is something that companies must view as a kind of strategy. It is there, it is imposed, and they could, through their consultants, to be at a rationale of being proactive instead of being acting a posteriori. Thank you, Mr. Yiannopoulos, for this discussion, for a very hot topic. And there's a lot lying ahead, as you mentioned. I warmly thank you for your presence here today. I thank you for the opportunity you offered me to discuss such an important subject. And we are, of course, at the disposal, both of you and the Chamber, to further give explanations and help companies and the ministry towards this direction. Thank you. Thank you. I also thank the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce for inviting me to moderate some of these most interesting panels of the conference of the Tax Forum. I wish you every success in the continuation. Stay tuned. Other interesting subjects come along. Thank you.
This time of change allows us to look ahead through a new lens. A chance to reframe the future, to uncover unseen opportunities, for organizations to ask new and different questions and create unexpected answers. How can you transform at speed to build value that lasts? Is your transformation plan radical enough to thrive? Has this moment changed customer expectations forever? How can technology help you reimagine your working world? Redefining how we live, work, learn, and consume. Rethinking the role of enterprise. So ask yourself, are you reframing your future? Or is the future reframing you? Transforming to create long-term value for business, people, and society as a whole. Building an even better working world. Find out how we can help you with end-to-end transformation to uncover opportunities now, next, and beyond.
Good afternoon. We have the pleasure and the great honor to take part in this wonderful taxation forum, the 17th taxation forum. And I believe we should congratulate one more time the excellent Taxation Committee on organizing this wonderful conference. And of course, we should thank the Hellenic American Chamber of Commerce. It is the second time that I work with the Taxation Committee as chair of the EIE Committee of the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce. And I can tell you that we have always tried to join forces in order to make important changes. So, as I said, it is a great pleasure to be the moderator of this panel. We have with us Mr. Dimas, the Deputy Minister. We all know how many important things he has done. We have Ms. Pramatari, the well-known Katerina Pramatari. She is known for all the wonderful things she is doing in the university and in Unifund. And from Salonika, we have with us, we are missing him, of course. We would like to have him here in person, but still, we have Professor Panagiotis Ketikidis, Vice President of Research and Innovating City College. We don't have a lot of time. Ideally, we should have been given hours in order to talk about this topic, but still, we will do our best. And since I don't want to take more of your time, I would like to start straight away by asking the Deputy Minister, Mr. Dimas, some questions. Before I pose the questions, I would like to say that creative and hardworking as he is, knowledgeable of innovation and advocate of startup ecosystems, and not only, of course, he is the right person to provide some answers with regard to an important issue we are faced with as a country, and that is that we cannot precisely define the field of startups and innovation so as to implement in that same field different incentives and policies, be it of taxation nature or other nature, which, of course, is also the reason that has made many of our young, bright minds leave the country and live and work abroad. It is the so-called brain drain. Now, on the other hand, if we fail to support the existing businesses operating in Greece, unfortunately, we will never be able to change the tide, and the brain drain will continue. The point is that these businesses are worthy of our support. So I would like to ask him as representative of the Ministry of Development and Investments, and under your capacity, how do you approach this issue, taking, of course, in consideration the developmental policy of the government and the RRF, as well as all other related means and instruments? Mr. Dimas, you have the floor. You know how much time we have. I'm not going to remind you of the time remaining. You can say what you want to say. First of all, I would like to thank the Hellenic American Chamber of Commerce for inviting me to take part in this taxation forum. When I took the office of Deputy Minister of Development and Investments, I wanted to see from the very first moment how many startups operated in the country. And the first thing I did was to try and to define startups. As you aptly said, I addressed to the National Council of Research and Innovation, the ESETEC. Basically, we first established ESETEC, in which take part professors of universities, researchers, businessmen, and it is actually the superior advisory body to the government. And I approached them in order to define which are the businesses that can be characterized as startups and how we can make the distinction between startups and newly established. So we worked together with the ESETEC and we set some very specific criteria that need to be met. The first criteria is the following. It should have operation of less than 8 years, not to employ over 250 employees, the turnover not to exceed the 5 million annually, and the legal form of the company to be SA. Société Anonyme. As I said, we wanted to make the distinction between startups and newly established companies. That is why we have introduced two other criteria. The first one has to do with innovation. In other words, we want to have the element of innovation present either in the product produced or in the service provided, or even in a process that is proposed. The second criterion that we introduced has to do with the possibility of increasing the sales, the so-called scalability. In other words, this business endeavor to have prospects to be successful beyond the country's borders. Of course, this doesn't mean that it will happen 100%, but at least it should have some prospects. And these are the criteria that we have used because we didn't know how many startups operated, in which sectors, how many people they employed, what was their turnover. So when you don't have this information, it's very difficult to exercise effective policy. That is why we developed Elevated Greece, which initially operated as a registry of startups. We have registered these startups. And now we have answers to all these questions I mentioned earlier. And in less than one time, we have institutionalized incentives like the angel investors, stock options. We have applied an action through NSRF in order to support startups that had suffered from the pandemic. And at the same time, we have developed a network of supporters of Elevate Greece. We introduced the Startup Awards, and we have provided prizes of amounting to 752,000 euros. And out of the official supporters, the private sector that is, we have support given to the startups, to those who provide services that are innovative. They may also provide specialized banking products or cloud services for free, mentoring services. All these supporters from the private sector offer these services to the startups in order to support and boost them. So those who are operating startups are now aware that the state is not the enemy, but an ally. Thank you very much for this summary of the actions implemented. And something else that you have managed to do, something that was quite remarkable, and this is something that all businesses know, that is that the private sector joined forces around these initiatives. In other words, I don't think that there was one single person or one single company or bank or business or association, and even we as a chamber and many others supported these initiatives, and I believe that they have all something to offer. And I believe that this proves that these startups now know and are sure that they will get the help they need from different sizes, not only from the government. And this is very important. And it is also important the fact that you accepted to take part in a panel and not as a main speaker. So after this short intervention, I would like to give the floor to Ms. Pramatari. Mr. Ketikidis, understand that angels take priority. However, we need to honor the lady we have in our panel. Ms. Pramatari, Katerina, our Katerina, you have a very important role to play, both as a valuable professor that helps and inspires the students of the university. And as I said, I have the honor to chair the Board Advisory Council, but also as the representative of Unifund, you are here to talk about all these issues. And my question is, what is the role that a venture capital can play in supporting all these startups presented to us by the Deputy Minister, and also in the implementation of policies of developmental dimension, and which is the activity of the Unifund? Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you for inviting a fund to today's discussion. I believe that this is something very important, and it is something that a fund can actually contribute greatly to. Since in Greece the ecosystem around startups is rather recent, it develops very rapidly and it's quite dynamic. Still, I'm not sure that we are all very familiar with how important funds are in this whole activity. Funds obviously finance those cases that stand out and have the characteristics mentioned by Mr. Dimas, that is innovation, prospect for upscaling. But apart from financing, the funds are here to support the activity of those startups and allow them to be successful. I would say that if there were no funds, many of the efforts wouldn't have made it, not even survived. With Equifund, which I believe was a very effective mechanism, it was a best practice at European level, supported the establishment of new funds during the last 4 years. And thanks to that, startups were established, now are included in Elevate Greece. We're talking about 100 startups that wouldn't have existed if the fund wasn't a reality. I would like to mention that thanks to Unifund that has invested in 23, and it will soon rise, this number. So thanks to the investment by Unifund, thousands of jobs have been created. We now have companies that are a reality, employ 100 people and more, companies that instead of being a far-fetched scenario are now operating in reality. We have also so many successful examples that wouldn't have existed if the fund hadn't supported them. So Unifund and many other funds play a very important role. Now, in more advanced ecosystems or markets, if you like, this is easily understood by the average citizen. But I believe that here in Greece, we are lacking this understanding. And this is now that the average Greek taxpayer starts to get acquainted with the funds and the ecosystem around innovation. Thank you very much. I would like to add something more at this point, something very important in my view, and that is that it's not only financing that is important. It's not that the funds facilitate the whole process so that the startups can actually operate, but I believe that you teach them very valuable lessons about management, about the way they need to approach something they have only in their minds, how they should approach a long-term strategy, how to develop a business plan, and how this business plan will bear some fruits. This had never been clear in the past. In the past, many people thought that, oh, I have a good idea, I can make it happen. This was not the case. Now they are more knowledgeable. Yes, you asked me about the ecosystem, and I use this term repeatedly in my intervention. And I would like to note that when it comes to startups, it is absolutely necessary to have all interested parties cooperating. A fund cannot possibly achieve a lot by itself. That is why it's important to ensure the support and cooperation of universities, of research centers, of business groups, researchers. We help all these interested parties mature as a team, establish a company, understand how they can market the activity of this company, and then slowly but gradually get the necessary funding as well as the support of many other interested parties like incubators, investors, and so on and so forth. Yes, and this is to the benefit of the work of the Deputy Minister. Mr. Keitikidis, how is Salonika doing? Very well, and it's an honor you invited us. We had no other option. Salonika should be present in the conference.
Another representative of the European Network of Business Angels, of EBAN, but he is also the one who was the main factor so as to create the Greek network of business angels. So what is the way, the modus operandi and the importance of business angels for startups, according to this huge role that you have very well defined beforehand? Thank you again. Allow me to start by saying, why do we need these networks? And you understand what's the importance for private investors. Let us give a brief definition. What are the business angels and how much they invest? It is well known at the global scale the importance and significance of business angels in the creation of jobs, development, and entrepreneurship of an economy. The European Network of Business Angels, based in Brussels, was established in 1989 with the encouragement of the European Union. Please retain that. And I happened to have the honor to be in the BOD in order to introduce the culture of business angels. The Greek network started with some friends who considered that we should put in the map Greece, which was not there. So in 2012 we started. In 2015 we had the Hellenic Business Angels Network and the national contact person for IBAN and in the Global Business Angel Network. Now, who are and what are business angels? They are private investors that they manage their own funds, not someone else's. That's important. And what they offer to startups in order to help them evolve is called smart finance. That is, a business angel offers smart money. They offer the know-how they have because the business angel invests in companies he knows, in my case technology, in skills, in networking with the contacts that the business angel can offer, where we have doors opening. And the money is the third that comes, it's not the first. And since we stay there with the companies, this is what we call smart finance. This has to stay in mind. Now, to our estimate, there are 400,000 business angels in the USA that have invested in 2019, 2020, 25 billion euros. And in Europe, there are 345,000 business angels who have invested 7.5 billion euros in startups, according to an estimate. Of course, in Europe, the visible entrepreneurship is have 72,000. EU and the USA are the biggest source for funding. So this is important. It's their own equity that they invest, smart money, smart finance, and we don't want to lose our money, so we stay by the company. Of the 10 investments, according to the figures we have from the European Business Angel Network, we lose our money in 9 cases, and then the 10th one, we want to make a big exit. When privates enter, this is a high-risk investment. That's why our network is there to help. I close thus with the first round. So at this point, with the Minister, Madam Pramatari, and Mr. Ketikidis, not only did we delineate, but we also presented the whole ecosystem. We do have an ecosystem of business angels. We don't have to create it from scratch. It's already established, created and established. Therefore, Mr. Dimas, recently the consultation of the law on spin-ups was concluded. And would you please like to inform us on when are the developments and how do you consider that these actions contribute to sustaining research and innovation? Because this is the next step we have. Since we already have those bases, and they must have greater cooperation and mutual assistance. And if you know, are there tax incentives connected with this whole activity? Nice. Well, if you view Greece in comparison to the other member states of the European Union, you will see that as far as training and research is concerned, in most indices, we are approximately at the European average. In some cases, we are even above the EU average. When we see the part of innovation, how this research is translated into innovation and entrepreneurship, this is where we lag behind. So one of the main priorities we have set is that we can connect far more significantly the important research conducted in the country with innovation and entrepreneurship. One of the first things I realized is that there was not a crystal clear legal framework or the creation of spin-offs, And so we said, along with the Ministry of Education, we have to go hand in hand so as to have a joint, a common institutional framework. The University of Thessaly said one thing, Democritus said another, Ekeka, Ite of Crete, Thessaloniki, there was a discord, if you like, a cacophony, if you like, a great differentiation. So what did we do? We agreed with the Ministry of Education to have a common course. We addressed ourselves to ESEDEC. It set the sectory, it established a sectory council, which is headed by Madam Pramatari, and I would like to officially congratulate her on the excellent work they did. It has gone through the public consultation for that is the new institutional framework of spin-offs will be tabled in the parliament committees next week, and we hope that by the end of this month, within 15 days that is, to be adopted by the plenary session of the parliament. Let me also add something more specifically on spin-offs. We have added that research institutes and university spin-off are automatically integrated in Elevate Greece. So we also have the financial incentives over there. Now, beyond the changes in the institutional framework of the operation, we also promote the support and maturity of the know-how transfer hubs. Whoever has studied research institutes abroad, you must have seen that great effort is put in order to relate the produced research with the market and innovation. It's something that we used not to do in Greece very intensely, and we consider that the support and the maturity of those offices through a joint effort with the Ministry of Education will be extremely beneficial so as to attain this goal. In conclusion, we spoke of tax incentives. Let me say that we have established it is in force since the 1st of September of this year. We have exceeded the over rebates from 120 to 200% tax exemption. Thus, Greece is one of the most attractive countries in the European Union for R&D investments in Greece. This does not make Greece solely more attractive, but for companies already active here, it's an additional boost so as to invest more in R&D. The reason why we place such a big emphasis in R&D investments and innovation investments, because thus we create new, very quality and high remuneration jobs. Thank you. I'm very sorry that we don't have much time. We only have 5 minutes at our disposal. We must very quickly give the floor to Mr. Pramatari and Mr. Ketikidis to make another question, and quite quickly. Katerina.
How do the existing tax incentives fare compared to other countries, compared to best practices from abroad? And allow me to mention another factor. Mr. Dimas referred to it earlier. He talked about spin-offs and how they are evolving, and I believe that this is something very important to mention. Thank you for mentioning the spin-offs in this conference. And so allow me to talk about the investors, since they should also get some tax incentives so as to give their money without any fear and hesitation. Could you please, in 1 minute and a half, say something about that? I will be very brief because things are very clear. The venture capitals and the development of venture capitals is linked with tax incentives. In other countries like England, France, have institutionalized many tax incentives in order to give a boost to venture capitals. And I believe that what happened this year in Greece, that is the provision of special tax incentives to business agents in order for them to make investments, was something unprecedented. And I would like to congratulate Mr. Dimas on that initiative. And I believe that Mr. Ketikidis will talk about it as well. Allow me to highlight something, that if we further develop, we will get some very positive results. For example, we need to provide tax incentives to investors in order to become members of the funds, because we should not forget that the startups world is a world of high risk, which means that we need to approach it as such and thus provide tax incentives. So these tax incentives pertain to the participation of investors in funds, but also to the results of the investments that could be made in Greece, since Greece could become a more attractive investment destination. Mr. Ketikidis, what is your view on business angels, tax reliefs, and how the existing tax incentives provided by the Greek government for the promotion of business angel investments compare to the respective best practices from abroad? So, everything is included: research, technology, innovation. First of all, I would like to congratulate you on Elevate Greece. We need to be positive, and we need to acknowledge that this is something that Greece was missing for so many years. And I would like to congratulate Mr. Dimas and all his team. As it was aptly said, business angels are taking risk when they are making investment, and this is something that was not foreseen by the legislator, but still, the point is that business angels make investment at an early age. In other words, before they get the taxation number. This is something very important. They invest in structures that are convertible notes, the so-called bond loans that can be turned into stocks, and this is the most popular means of investment used by business angels. Now in the United States, they are also using SAVE, and since I know that Mr. Dimas is listening to what I'm saying, he needs also to take into account the whole ecosystem in order to promote it even further. And since we don't have much time, we need to adjust to practical measures. We need to allow the networks to make decisions in order for them to promote the business angels. We need to join forces, all of us, the funds, everyone need to join forces. And moreover, something else, like joint ventures of investments. We cannot make investments all by ourselves. We can make investments through the special purpose vehicles or through platforms. And by the way, I talked about cross-border investments because the fact is that we don't have so many startup companies in which we can invest. So we can take all this into account, and given that we may have a network of business angels, we need to make sure that they will get some incentives in order to make investments in Greece. Okay, I would like to make a proposal, Mr. Dimas. Among all the think tanks that exist in the ministry, what would you say about this think tank? We are always open to proposals. I believe that I would like to make a proposal and it will be accepted. We are always open to proposals. Our doors are always open. However, not everything falls under my competence. This is, of course, something that is of interest to us. Yes, but definitely this could be something to think about, since everyone is ready to do something about it. I would like to thank all three of you. It was a pleasure and an honor. Thank you very much for everything you shared with us. You presented Elevate. You shared some other very positive news. I would like to wish you all the best to everything you do. Congratulations to the Hellenic American Chamber of Commerce and to the committee. And I believe that we made a small contribution to the discussion and to the conclusions that will be drawn at the end of the conference. All the best. And Mr. Dimas, we are here for anything you need. And of course, I am speaking on behalf of Salonika, which, thanks to technology, is like it's here. Thank you very much.
For tax leaders, risk often lurks in what's overlooked, and the sheer volume of data and pace of change can undermine confidence. But what if you could amplify your own insights? What if you could increase the speed and accuracy of your team? What if your ability to use data, defend your actions, and execute across thousands of tasks, small and large, was easier? Would you choose to do it? Though we sometimes think of them as disruptive leaps, digital technologies like AI, natural language processing, and robotic process automation are really just modern versions of the tools that business has long relied on. In this new era, technology gives tax professionals the ability to work with all the information available in massive datasets, to not only see what has happened, but to more confidently predict what will happen, to be insightful and focus on implications and outcomes, to be able to spend less time consumed by the accuracy of numbers and on-time filings. It is not about man versus machine. It's the power humans have with machines. Reimagine your operating model. Capture new insights using all the data. Redefine the value your tax function brings to your business. This is the power of with.
Good evening. Greek companies are going through a transitory period. On one hand, they hear about the fourth industrial revolution, the big opportunity offered by technology, how they can accelerate the procedures in the accounting departments, how they can have timely and credible and reliable information. And on the other hand, the fear on change, perhaps a prejudice from the past. In the last Deloitte speech, some survey, we saw that 93% of tax leaders and CEOs responded that we want to reduce the budget for the finance department. Perhaps we remain at the same level, but at the same time, half of them mentioned and asked for different models, perhaps outsourcing with more technology and better data management, realizing that data is the asset of all. We have the great joy and honor to have with us the person in charge of financial reporting of BP Energy, a huge company in trading with very long experience in finance services. This is Andreas Koudoussnes. So as to exchange views on the new practical trends, that is, tangible examples of a transformation, not only of a multinational, but also a Greek company. And we should narrate the success story of an automation we jointly do with regard to aggregate accounts. Good evening. It is a great joy to be here with you to discuss this extremely interesting subject of transformation, this wonderful forum, and how we tried and managed to put in practice together in a joint project this transformation and automation in the field of the production of aggregate accounts of BNP Energy. So, from your experience, which do you consider are the challenges faced by accounting departments today and in the immediate future? With regard to information and data flow, we see two driving forces. The first driver has to do with the ever-increased complexity as far as regulatory frameworks are concerned, where they have comply, be it the financial information, IFRS, or taxation in the field of international taxation, transfer pricing, country-by-country reporting, and from what is being discussed, even the minimum global tax, which is something else that will perhaps eventually be implemented since 2023. On the other hand, we see that there's greater needs in compliance with the exchange of data with financial institutions we cooperate with, And there's also far greater demand for transparency from the interested parties in the company, the so-called stakeholders. So this is the one driving force. The other driving force is that the environment where companies operate, and this concerns all sectors, all industries indiscriminately, is that the environment is fluctuating and changing very quickly. It's something that one generation before us or our father generation did not have to deal with, had to deal with very steady rates. Now the pace is very quick, dramatic, and that leads a financial accounting department to always ask for better insight so as to take well-documented decisions as quickly as possible, so as to be able to readapt the strategy, make corrective moves whenever it's needed, and make its strategic planning on a timely mode. Therefore, you believe that there's a plethora of data, the complexity of operation models is difficult, compliance has changed at the global level as well, and resources are scarce. Therefore, what should be the new models we seek? To do away with the traditional way and have financial directions to operate so as to cover demands, both internally and externally. What are these hybrid models and what the skill sets should they have? What should be the persons in the financial service? This is very important because whatever we have mentioned beforehand actually transfers lead and pressure so as for the limited resources of a company to be able to respond to more duties and more complex environments. Therefore, all this leads companies to review their processes, to review the so-called workflows, and actually focus on where this time consumed by specific resources is well consumed, and the produced result is up to the prerequisites for quality. It responds to the acquired standards. This leads to thinking of new models, new paradigms. Review, therefore, the time consumed, and come back to think of that cost may be an opportunity cost, which many occasions will leave behind. That is, I spend this time in order for this result. Is it worth it? Or should perhaps consolidate this time so as to liberate, unload the resources for people to do other things that will offer me more value? This per se leads to some other paradigms, hybrid models, as you mentioned. We knew, for instance, in the past, and that we had in mind that we have an increase of complexity, an increase of requirements. Therefore, we must move to big ERPs, heavy solutions. Now, however, the good thing is that technology comes along and offers the opportunity to identify different solutions that will best adapt to the needs of organizations. Because occasionally we make the mistake, actually, put the ox behind the carriage. So you think that this part of technology should not be self-evident or be a net per se. It is the business that should proceed and not wear heavy costumes existing. It is true, however, but that means that financial direction must change its character and introduce persons of technology, involve not only the business core, but also in the strategy, and create a hybrid model that will be able both to transform the financial service so as to continually adapt. Because on many occasions we speak of transformation, but to me, transformation has not beginning or end. It is a mindset that must prevail. Would you like to speak on the benefits of transformation and your experience from the BP Energy? Because as I know, you have applied many solutions.
You said very correctly that it is a culture that can be summarized as follows. I try to work smartly. What does smartly mean? In order to give you a practical example, it is my effort to identify the time I spent in order to get a result, and then to check whether the result meets my expectations. By making this assessment, we can see that waste a lot of time, and many times we don't get the expected result. So it goes without saying that transformation is a constant reevaluation of the processes to the lowest level that you can reach. In other words, to the level that includes certain tasks. Then you see whether you can categorize the task, group them, and then see whether you can automate these tasks. This must be a continuous and non-stop process, which must have a specific objective. In this specific example, we can say that this company made the evaluation and realized that it spends this amount of time and gets this sort of result. Yes, but if in 3 years' time the activity of the company will have doubled because it will have expanded abroad, then this will mean that the resources of today may be X, but in 3 years' time you will need more resources, for example, plus 10%. So all these re-evaluation process of tasks and procedure needs to be part of the wider vision of a company. Yes, this is very important. You said that you don't need to automate, believing that you will change the whole model and get very different results. You need to evaluate the time and evaluate the results. You need to understand what time you are spending and see whether you can minimize the time by automating certain processes, by standardizing these processes. Then you will be able to find the technology that will adapt to your needs. This is very important, and we see this on a daily basis in the projects that we run. We perform automated in accounting departments. We perform automation processes in companies like yours. The point is that this should be accompanied by change in the mentality and the culture of the company. There has to be a complete change of the mentality. Would you like to say something about the automation of consolidated tax statements? Look, as a group, from 2017 to 2019, we went through a stage of very big and wide expansion through the establishment of new companies, which meant that the volume of the data that we had to process multiplied. This, in combination with the drastic changes that were implemented in 2018 and 2019 in the IFRS 19, IFRS 15, all these led us to redesign the whole process of data processing from our subsidiaries in order to have consolidated tax statements. So we trained our people, we developed some reports that were very satisfactory, and then the next step was aimed at accelerating the consolidation of information and data, because this is what we had to improve, because we had tasks and processes that were repeating. They could be grouped and categorized, and it was a shame for us to have so many talented people doing manually tasks that didn't create a lot of value for the company, since they were repetitive, and maybe they were rather tiresome for the employees themselves. So what did we do? We checked the options we had. Should we opt for a heavy quote-unquote solution? Or should we opt for a simpler solution? In the first case, we had to build an in-house department, find the available resources, train the people, have a huge implementation cost, whereas in the second case, we could find a better solution, which we actually found along with Deloitte and which fitted our needs better. The Deloitte solution had scalability. It was implemented for this specific volume, a volume which, even if it were doubled, wouldn't require double the resources. So we recorded the tasks, and allow me to tell you that a misconception, to put it this way, made by many companies is that an automation will drastically reduce time. No, it is something that can happen gradually. So we checked the different tasks and we realized that they amounted to 208 hours, working hours, for example. And we managed to reduce this time thanks to automation. For example, the intercompany eliminations and reconciliations. The more knowledgeable understand what I mean. So the solution highlighted the differences, and then we got some added value. It's very good to hear, because this specific solution was something that we implemented in the beginning of the transformation journey when we were trying to identify the whole process of consolidated tax statements for this specific group. And it's a great pleasure to hear you saying all this, because it is an example of how a financial department can benefit from different solutions. So I believe that we can always contribute to the simplification of processes, automation of tasks. So what I see in accounting departments is the automated of the bank reconciliation processes, agreements with suppliers, so many different things that may seem minor, but the time that we save thanks to the interconnection, which is an absolute must in our days, is huge. Would you like to talk about your experience after running this project? What is your daily life, whether you are in contact with other departments, whether you have identified certain benefits that you can get by joining forces and by developing an integrated ecosystem? I believe that this is the beauty of the transformation journey that we are talking about. The beauty is that all of a sudden you have several opportunities that are always based on synergies. For example, we developed the process of consolidated tax statements and of reporting, thanks to the synergy with the tax reporting of our group. This is something that we have managed together. We can also ensure greater history of data, so the financial department can have more details, more data in order to draw some more reliable conclusions. Moreover, we're trying to build a common code so as through reporting to be able to link reporting of other departments, of trading, for example, of investment assessment department that we have in our group. So we have all these different opportunities and possibilities, and this is something that is linked to what a company wants to achieve in the future. What is the vision for the future? Because this is what I said earlier. You make an assessment, see that everything is okay, but what will happen in 3 years' time, for example? And I will give you an example. After the automation of the process, we have connected it with a business intelligence tool. And now the financial department can have, in very limited time, access and visibility to any fund it desired, without any delays, without exchanging emails. It can drill down to the lowest level in terms of funds. I believe that the opportunities you give to a financial controller or to the one who is processing the tax returns and the tax statements is that they can work with a financial director, get the necessary insights by using a PI tool, not only to visualize the results, but to group tasks, assign tasks through a platform, since this will allow specific deadlines and also the exchange of data. I believe that technology for the financial department is something very important, something that will help all the financial departments keep track of the transformation of a business model that has happened in other countries. And it is also very useful for us, Andreas, because what we are trying to implement in BP Energy and in companies of similar size, or even of smaller size, is that we want to help them keep track of the developments, and we want them to allow a CFO to be a strategic partner of CEO of the Greek businessman, and not simply someone who just focuses on compliance or produces tax statements, but on the contrary, is someone who can provide valuable insights to the company and make sound decisions. I believe that the good thing about hybrid models is that they unlock access to know-how, to expertise that is not the case when there is no such possibility. For example, the international standards, we can use them, translate them into automation, which is something that they will easily understand and use in order to produce work. This is true for small organizations, but even for big organizations, since this will save them time and money. This is the good thing with the hybrid models, that they unlock possibilities that wouldn't have existed otherwise. They allow time and effort, and also they allow access to valuable data and resources. Andrea, thank you very much for your presence here today. Thank you very much for the invitation. All the best to all of you.
We're taught that 1 + 1 = 2. Simple, right? But today's world isn't simple. So what happens if we look at it from a new angle? Could we make something greater? If we bring together human ingenuity, passion, and experience with the latest technology, we start to make something more. Something we can see in people's lives and feel in the world around them. Building trust for today and tomorrow. And that's the thing. We all know the math, but we need a new way to put it together. Which means we don't just find answers. We never stop looking for them. A passionate community of solvers, creating new solutions for a new day. That's the new equation.
Good afternoon to all. My name is Liana Lepida, partner of Drillerakis and Associates law firm, and we'll be continuing with the afternoon session of the 70th Taxis Forum of the American Hellenic Chamber Forum that offers the opportunity to exchange views on taxation issues. Let us give the floor. Γυρίζω στα αγγλικά λοιπόν. Έχουμε την τιμή να έχουμε μαζί μας σήμερα τον κύριο Karl-Heinz Heidel, ο οποίος προεδρεύει στο τμήμα ΦΠΑ και Γενικής Φορολογίας στην Επιτροπή Φορολογίας του ΟΣΑ και είναι ο πρόεδρος της Τεχνικής Συμβουλευτικής Επιτροπής του ΟΣΑ. Επίσης είναι μέλος της Επιτροπής της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης επί των φορολογικών. Θα μας συζητήσει τα θέματα τεχνολογικής και φορολογικής εξέλιξης και στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση και διεθνές επίπεδο. Κύριε Χάιτλ, το ΦΠΑ παραμένει μία από τις κύριες πηγές εσόδου παρά τα ατελή συστήματα συλλογής των φόρων. Τι έχει αλλάξει τα τελευταία χρόνια? Ο ήχος δυστυχώς είναι κάκιστος και λυπούμεθα, θα κάνουμε ό,τι είναι δυνατόν για να παράσουμε κάποια διερμηνία. Έχει γίνει ένας φόρος όλο και ταχύτερα αναπτυσσόμενος. Υπήρξε η τρίτη πηγή μεγαλύτερων εσόδων για τις περισσότερες από τις χώρες του ΟΣΑ, πάνω από 30% του ΑΕΠ, και αν δείτε τον κύκλο ότι ο ΦΠΑ πλέον εφαρμόζεται σε πάνω από 68 χώρες από τις 10 που ξεκίνησε τη δεκαετία του 50. Πολύ δημοφιλής χώρος, γιατί προσπορίζονται πολλά κάθε κυβέρνηση από αυτόν. Όπως βλέπετε αριστερά στη διαφάνεια, σε κάποιες χώρες τα έσοδα από ΦΠΑ είναι 12 με 30% από τα συνολικά φορολογικά έσοδα. Στην Ελβετία ή Αυστραλία, για παράδειγμα, αλλά αν πάτε στα δεξιά, θα δείτε στην Χιλική και τη Νέα Ζηλανδία ότι φτάνει μέχρι και το 40% του ΑΕΠ. Στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση έχω κάπου το 30%, το οποίο αποδίδει τα συνολικά φορολογικά έσοδα. Βλέπετε λοιπόν ότι ο ΦΠΑ είναι από τις πιο αξιόπιστες πηγές για κυβερνητικά έσοδα για να χρηματοδοτήσουν τις δημόσιες δαπάνες. Ποια είναι τα σημεία κλειδιά για τη σχετική πολιτική της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης? Ναι, ζούμε σε ένα κόσμο ταχύτατης και ραγδαίας αλλαγής. Με την παγκοσμιοποίηση, τεχνολογία και το διευρυμένο ίντερνετ απέχουμε από όλων ένα κλικάρισμα. Πραγματικά ο κόσμος έχει γίνει ψηφιακό χωριό. Είμαστε εν μέσω επανάστασης που επηρεάζει όλες τις επιχειρηματικές τομείς. Δεν είναι μόνο οικονομία, μόνο επιχειρηματικότητα. Τα πάντα, οι πάντες θα ψηφιοποιηθούν τα επόμενα χρόνια. Άρα έχουμε νέα επιχειρηματικά μοντέλα, νέες στρατηγικές αγοράς και όλος αυτός ο αντίκτυπος που έχει σε συνέπειες για το κομμάτι των εσόδων της κυβέρνησης, που θα πρέπει να διασώσουν έσοδα επί τη βάση του φορολογικού συστήματος, πρέπει να διασφαλίσουν ότι η διοίκηση θα λειτουργεί αποτελεσματικά για τη συλλογή των φόρων. Βλέπετε ότι υπάρχουν πάρα πολλές προκλήσεις που καθοδηγούν σε πολιτικές και πρέπει να θυμηθούμε ότι είμαστε εν το μέσο πανδημίας. Μετά την πανδημία όμως θα πρέπει να υπάρξει ανάκαμψη και όλη η χρηματοδότηση αυτή τη στιγμή θα πρέπει να αναποδοθεί μέσω φόρων, ΦΠΑ. Όλα αυτά θα παίξουν σημαντικό ρόλο. Στο πεδίο λοιπόν της ψηφιοποιημένης οικονομίας και της άμεσης φορολόγησης, ο ΟΣΑ και η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση καταβάλουν προσπάθειες να απονείμουν δικαιώματα φορολόγησης σε σχετικές δικαιοδοσίες παρά την απώλεια σχετικού γενικού φόρου. Ίσως οι πολλαπλές συναλλαγές θα πρέπει να φεθούν καλύτερα να καλύπτονται από το ΦΠΑ. Τι λέτε εσείς? Ναι, είναι ένα ερώτημα, είναι αλήθεια, που θέτουν πάρα πολλοί. Ίσως το να περάσει όλη η φορολογία μέσω ΦΠΑ θα ήταν ο καλύτερος τρόπος για να γίνει φορολόγηση εκεί που βρίσκεται ο καταναλωτής. Αλλά βέβαια, δεδομένη της πολιτικής διάστασης και του δεδομένου ότι δεν έχουν όλοι σύστημα ΦΠΑ σε όλο τον κόσμο, προφανώς ο ΦΠΑ δεν μπορεί να είναι η μόνη λύση. Γι' αυτό βλέπετε και από άλλους διεθνείς οργανισμούς συζητήσεις για άλλα πλαίσια φορολόγησης. Συνολικά επίσης θέλουν να αποδίδονται περισσότερη άμεση πρόσβαση σε δικαιοδοσία αγοράς. Οπότε μπορείτε να δείτε τελευταία χρόνια πάρα πολλές πολιτικές συζητήσεις που λαμβάνουν χώρα σε επίπεδο ΩΣΑ. Τώρα υπάρχει πολιτική συμφωνία στον πυλώνα 1 και 2, αλλά εντωμεταξύ, όπως είδαμε και εδώ στην Ευρώπη, αλλά και παραπέρα, υπήρξαν μονομερή μέτρα που ελήφθησαν από τις χώρες, όπως οι χώρες ψηφιακών υπηρεσιών, οι φόροι ψηφιακών υπηρεσιών. Μετά την πολιτική απόφαση των ΩΣΑ, θα είναι οι χώρες σε θέση να συνεχίσουν με τον φόρο επί των υπηρεσιών? Όλα αυτά μένει να τα δούμε. Και αν τα δούμε από προοπτική του ΦΠΑ, το θέμα δεν είναι μόνο η απονομή των δικαιωμάτων φορολόγησης. Έχουμε και τα δικαιώματα προορισμού, σύμφωνα με τη δικαιοδοσία κατανάλωσης, εκεί που βρίσκεται ο καταναλωτικής δηλαδή. Ως εκ τούτου, το ζήτημα επί του ΦΠΑ εδώ μείνει στην πλευρά για το παράδειγμα, επιβάλλεται ένας φόρος με το ΦΠΑ στον καταναλωτή για να εισπράττει από την κυβέρνηση. Αν δείτε από την πλευρά των συζητήσεων της τελευταίας διετίας, αφορά τα δικαιώματα κατανομής και βέβαια έχει να κάνει με άμεσες οπτικές σε ό,τι αφορά την κατεύθυνση του ΦΠΑ να κατανεμηθούν οι διάφορες δικαιώματα στην αγορά. Και ο ΦΠΑ λοιπόν και ο φόρος επί των επιχειρηματικών institutων πρέπει να συνυπάρχουν. Ναι, νομίζω ότι πρέπει να συνυπάρχουν. Γιατί δεν θεωρείται το ΦΠΑ η μόνη λύση, ως εκ τούτου, γι' αυτό πρέπει να δουλέψουμε και εκ παραλλήλου και ταυτοχρόνως και να δράσουμε πολύ περισσότερο, όπως το κάνουμε τώρα, δεδομένου ότι και οι δύο φόροι πρέπει να συγκεραστούν και να αποφύγουμε τα σιλό στα οποία λειτουργούμε. Ευχαριστώ. Τώρα, μήπως θα μπορούσες, σε παρακαλώ πολύ, να μας αναλύσεις ποιες είναι οι εξελίξεις των ΩΣΑ στο πεδίο της συλλογής ΦΠΑ σε ό,τι αφορά την ψηφιακή οικονομία και τη φορολογία. Ευχαρίστως να το κάνω. Συγγνώμη, λάθος ερώτημα, λέει η συντονίστρια. Σε ευρωπαϊκό επίπεδο. Συγγνώμη, διάβασα παρακάτω την ερώτηση. Όχι, το ξεχνάμε. Σε επίπεδο Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση και ΩΣΑ. Επανέρχομαι. Κατάλαβα. Αν δεις εδώ για παράδειγμα τις εξελίξεις από πλευράς ΦΠΑ είναι τεράστιες, πάρα πολλά πράγματα συμβαίνουν. Βλέπουμε ότι οι εσωτερικές υπηρεσίες υποστηρίζονται. Ένα από τα σημεία της ψηφιακής οικονομίας είναι οι συστάσεις. Περισσότερες από 5 χώρες στον κόσμο εφαρμόζουν αυτές τις συστάσεις και 40 άλλες πρόκειται να τις εφαρμόσουν. Βλέπετε λοιπόν οι συστάσεις αυτές πραγματικά έχουν αγκαλιαστεί από την Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Υπάρχουν ήδη κανόνες βέβαια που αφορούσαν τις τηλεπικοινωνίες, αλλά όπως ξέρετε ο ΩΣΑ έχει ευρύτερη εμβέλεια και εδώ είναι τεράστιος ο αντίκτυπος. Βλέπουμε δηλαδή πόσες χώρες ακολούθησαν αυτές τις συστάσεις. Προς το παρόν λοιπόν ο ΩΣΑ επικεντρώνεται στην κοινή οικονομία γιατί όπως είναι σαφές υπάρχουν ζητήματα τα οποία αυτού του είδους υπηρεσίες παρέχονται μέσω πλατφόρμας ηλεκτρονικής. Άρα το ερώτημα που τίθεται είναι πώς μπορεί να διασφαλιστεί η συμμόρφωση στο πώς οι πλατφόρμες μπορούν να διαδραματίσουν ένα ρόλο στη συλλογή. Και βέβαια με το One Stop Shop η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση θέλει να εισάγει την απλουστευμένη διαδικασία ώστε η χώρα να καταβάλει το ΦΠΑ στις τοπικές φορολογικές αρχές. Αλλά είναι αυτό που βλέπουμε να εξελίσσεται και θα γίνει από πλευράς ΩΣΑ. Ένα άλλο θέμα που πρέπει να επισημάνω και θέλω να τονίσω, όπως ανέφερα προηγουμένως, απέχουμε μόλις ένα κλικ από αυτή τη βάση, να είμαστε και καταναλωτές και πάροχοι. Και πολύ σημαντικό ρόλο παίζει η οικονομία, η πλατφόρμα. Το έφερε ο ΩΣΑ και το λέει κατά πόσον οι πλατφόρμες μπορούν να παίξουν ρόλο. Στο τι ρόλο μπορούν να παίξουν. Βλέπουμε ότι η οικονομία της πλατφόρμας βλέπουμε λοιπόν διάφορους ρόλους που μπορεί να διαδραματίσει κάποια πλατφόρμα, ξεκινώντας με εθελοντικό ρόλο, εκπαίδευση του παρόχου και του καταναλωτή σε ό,τι αφορά τις υποχρεώσεις συμμόρφωσης. Μπορεί να είναι ένας ρόλος μοιράσματος πληροφόρησης και βέβαια μπορεί να έχετε και τη λεγόμενη που συμμορφώνονται προς τις σχετικές υποχρεώσεις. Και τελευταίο ευρύτερο πλαίσιο μπορούμε να έχουμε πλήρη ευθύνη, δηλαδή η πλατφόρμα αναλαμβάνει το ρόλο να συλλέξει πλέον τους φόρους. Εκεί είναι πρόκληση, γιατί δεν εμπλέκεται κάθε πλατφόρμα στη διαδικασία πληρωμών. Είναι αρκετά δύσκολες πτυχές πρέπει να λάβουμε υπόψη όταν αφορά τον κανόνα και του ποιος θα είναι υπόλογος για τη συλλογή του ΦΠΑ. Εν πάση πτώση, οι πλατφόρμες παίζουν πολύ σημαντικό ρόλο για τη συλλογή ΦΠΑ και φορολογίας. Τι γίνεται με τις εξελίξεις στο πεδίο του ΦΠΑ σε επίπεδο Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης? Σε επίπεδο Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης, να δούμε τη διαφάνεια, βλέπουμε βέβαια πάρα πολλές εξελίξεις. Όπως γνωρίζετε, το 2018 η Ευρωπαϊκή Επιτροπή έκανε μια σχετική πρόταση, διασφαλίζοντας ότι η διασυνοριακή προσφορά αγαθών θα φορολογείται στο χώρο προορισμού. Τώρα η πρόταση αυτή απεμπολείται και από κράτη-μέλη και από επιχειρήσεις, γιατί δεν θεωρείται απλούστευση, αλλά ούτε καταπολέμηση της απάτης. Δεδομένου λοιπόν των εξελίξεις συζητήσεων στο Συμβούλιο, όπως αναφέρεται στη διαφάνεια, προτείνεται, είμαστε σε μια στάση αυτή τη στιγμή. Η Ευρωπαϊκή Επιτροπή δηλαδή πρέπει να σκεφτεί άλλους κανόνες πώς να βελτιώσουν την τρέχουσα κατάσταση. Και όπως είδαμε την τελευταία διετία, πολλά κράτη-μέλη που έχουν εφαρμόσει τεχνολογικά μέτρα σε ό,τι αφορά τη συμμόρφωση με το ΦΠΑ. Έχουμε την Ιταλία, για παράδειγμα, υποχρεωτική τιμολόγηση, στην Ισπανία, και η Ελλάδα νομίζω έχει εφαρμόσει τέτοιες σχετικές τεχνολογίες συμμόρφωσης. Βέβαια, όταν έχει επιχειρηματική δραστηριότητα στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση, κάθε χώρα έχει το δικό της τεχνολογικό σύστημα. Αυτό προκαλεί τεράστιο κόστος. Ως εκ τούτου, όλα αυτά συμπεριλαμβάνουν τρεις κυρίες θεματικές που ανέφερα: αναφορές επί τη βάση των συναλλαγών, αναφορά της πλατφόρμας και one-stop shop. Όλες αυτές οι διαφορετικές τεχνολογικές λύσεις τις βλέπουμε από τα κράτη-μέλη, γιατί είναι σαφές ότι αν τα πράγματα γίνονται όλο και πιο διαφοροποιούνται, είναι δύσκολο όχι μόνο για τις επιχειρήσεις, αλλά και για τις φορολογικές αρχές, που δεν μπορούν να ανταλλάξουν στοιχεία μεταξύ τους, μεταξύ των διαφορετικών χωρών με εύκολο τρόπο, γιατί συλλέγουν διαφορετικά στοιχεία. Ως εκ τούτου είναι πολύ σημαντική η πρωτοβουλία που πήρε η Επιτροπή, για να δούμε πώς τα πράγματα μπορούν να γίνουν με μεγαλύτερη συνεκτικότητα. Εξίσου σημαντικό πρέπει να αφαιρθεί και πάλι, έχουμε το λεπόμενο φορολογικό παράδεισο. Έχει γίνει οδηγία που πρέπει να εφαρμοστεί από τα κράτη-μέλη τα επόμενα 2 χρόνια. Είναι μια πρόταση που υποχρεώνει τις πλατφόρμες να μοιραστούν τις κοινές προφορίες και υπόκειται σε άμεση φορολογία. Σε ό,τι αφορά το ΦΠΑ, το ερώτημα είναι αν το DAC 7 μπορεί να χρησιμοποιηθεί και για το ΦΠΑ και για την άμεση φορολογία. Όπως ξέρετε, στον ΦΠΑ έχουμε μόνο απαιτήσεις αναφορών. Το ερώτημα λοιπόν υπάρχει ανάγκη περαιτέρω ευθυγράμμισης με την άμεση φυπολή ΦΠΑ, ώστε τα ίδια στοιχεία να υποβάλλονται μόνο μία φορά στις αρμόδιες αρχές, να μην υπάρχει επιπρόσθετο άχθος για τις επιχειρήσεις, για τις πλατφόρμες, προσπαθώντας να υποστηρίξουν τις αρχές και να διασφαλίσουν ότι υπάρχει συμμόρφωση με όλους τους κανόνες.
Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για την πολύ ενδιαφέρουσα ανάλυση. Θα ήθελα να υπογραμμίσω ένα σημείο που αναφέρατε. Επικεντρωνόμενοι στο ΦΠΑ, στην ψηφιακή οικονομία, καθώς και στο περιβάλλον των ψηφιακών πλατφόρμων που παίζουν τον ρόλο των ενδιάμεσων για χιλιάδες προμηθευτών και καταναλωτών, θα ήθελα να υπογραμμίσω τη νέα τάση που έχει να κάνει με το βάρος που φέρουν οι ψηφιακές πλατφόρμες για την συλλογή των φόρων. Οι φορολογικές αρχές δεν επιθυμούν να διαχειρίζονται πάρα πολλούς φορολογούμενους, συνεπώς επιβάλλουν την ψηφιακή πλατφόρμα να συλλέγει τους φόρους εκ μέρους τους. Πιστεύω ότι αυτή η τάση θα μπορούσε να έχει ως αποτέλεσμα να φορολογούνται οι επιχειρήσεις και όχι οι καταναλωτές. Τέλος, στα επόμενα χρόνια Θα δούμε το Ευρωπαϊκό Δικαστήριο να παίζει πολύ σημαντικό ρόλο προς την αποσαφήνιση πολλών θεμάτων που έχουν να κάνουν με το επιχειρηματικό μοντέλο στην οικονομία του διαμοιρασμού, η οποία μέχρι τώρα φαίνεται να είναι απεριόριστη. Περιμένουμε λοιπόν το δικαστήριο να αποσαφηνίσει τον ρόλο που παίζουν οι πλατφόρμες, την ευθύνη που φέρουν ως συλλέκτες ΦΠΑ και σχετικά με αυτό περιμένουμε την απόφαση του δικαστηρίου για την υπόθεση Phoenix, η οποία πιστεύουμε ότι θα δώσει απαντήσεις σε πολλές ερωτήσεις. Σας ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ που ήσασταν μαζί μας σήμερα εδώ και ελπίζουμε να έχουμε την ευκαιρία να ξανασυναντηθούμε στο μέλλον. Σε ευχαριστώ πολύ, Άννα. Ήταν πολύ μεγάλη χαρά να βρίσκομαι εδώ και ελπίζω να συναντηθούμε διαζώσεις.
This time of change allows us to look ahead through a new lens. A chance to reframe the future, to uncover unseen opportunities, for organizations to ask new and different questions and create unexpected answers. How can you transform at speed to build value that lasts? Is your transformation plan radical enough to thrive? Has this moment changed customer expectations forever? How can technology help you reimagine your working world? Redefining how we live, work, learn, and consume. Rethinking the role of enterprise. So ask yourself, are you reframing your future? Or is the future reframing you? Transforming to create long-term value for business, people, and society as a whole. Building an even better working world. Find out how we can help you with end-to-end transformation to uncover opportunities now, next, and beyond.
Hello again. I have the pleasure and the honor to welcome representatives of the market, representatives of the business world who have a first-hand experience of everything we are describing. In other words, taxation, impact of pandemic on businesses and households, prospects of Greek economy, and generally speaking, all these questions that you raise. I would like to welcome Mr. Koyas, who is President of the Economic Chamber of Greece. Good afternoon. Thank you very much, and congratulations to the Hellenic American Chamber of Commerce. We have also with us Mr. Simos Anastasopoulos, President of the Association of SA Companies and Limited Liability Companies. Good afternoon to you. It is a great pleasure to take part in one more conference organized by the Chamber, in a different capacity this time. And we also have with us Mr. Kostadopoulos, President of the Association of Exporters from Salonika. Hello, Mr. Kostadopoulos. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation. Always a conference organized by the Chamber is of great interest. Yes, this is the 17th tax forum organized by the Hellenic American Chamber of Commerce. And all of you are here today in order to discuss with me about the impact of a taxation policy on trade, industry, and exports. But allow me to ask some more specific questions. So I would like to start with you, Mr. Koyas. How do you see the progress of the Greek economy, the course of the Greek economy in the midst of pandemic? But also, what do you have to say about these very high goals that we have set for 2022 with regard to growth? I believe that for 2021, the Greek economy and the growth rates are even better than the initial expectations we had in the beginning of the year. They have been revised by the European Commission and by the Greek government. Very important is the fact that we are at 7% growth rate right now, and this is expected to last until 2022 and even 2023. According to forecasts, there's going to be growth rates close to 7%. So I could say that all the moves made by the Greek government, but also by the European governments in order to support the economy during the difficult years of the pandemic were very important. The Greek government gave to the Greek economy an amount of 42 billion euros. This is very important, as is the fact that we have proceeded very quickly to the reduction of the non-performing loans held by the banks. Now they amount to 30 billion euros, which is in itself very important. So, taking into account the environment of the pandemic, there will be many factors that may affect the growth of the Greek economy, like, for example, the inflationary trends and the revaluation trends that we are seeing lately. Yes, we're going to talk about that in greater detail later, since this concerns all of you. Yes, and we can also see that the initial forecast we have made will last for long. So we are in the right direction. We need to find measures in order to minimize the impact of all these inflationary and revaluation trends. We need to be fast, we need to be transparent in the way we will use the funds coming from the RRF and by the NSRF. We're talking about large sums of money, and we need to use them in a transparent and effective and speedy way. Mr. Anastassopoulos, I would like to ask the same thing to you. But you, as a representative of the business world, you have experienced the negative impact of the pandemic. However, you can also see some positive growth rates, and you can also see the image of the country changing. Yes, and I agree to a great extent with what Mr. Koya said, who, by the way, is the authority with regard to the issues that we are talking about. I believe that we can be very optimistic about the coming year, as well as about the results of this year. Of course, we need to be slightly reserved, since there is the wider environment that is greatly unstable. And I'm talking about the pandemic, how long it will last, the measures provided to businesses, how long they will last, the money coming from RRF, the inflationary pressure, and two other important factors that need to be taken into account, and that have to do with the fiscal capacity of the country. We should not forget that 2020 was a year in which Greece had the biggest debt in Eurozone and the biggest deficit in the Eurozone. I believe that these two actually describe the fiscal capacity that the country has. So part of this apprehension we have is based on the capacity we have in order to support entrepreneurship and employment in the context of a prolonged pandemic. But I believe that soon we will be able to be fully optimistic. If one takes a look at the trust indexes, as well as many other indexes, they will see that the results are very encouraging. Yes, Mr. Koyas mentioned some very ambitious objectives. Do you think that we can reach the objectives? Undoubtedly. In 2021, we can reach the objectives. We are close to the end of the year. I believe that the growth rate will be close to 6.9 or even higher. It may even exceed 7%. Now, with regard to the coming years, which is the major bet that we need to win, I believe that the investments will be the ones that will keep growth rate at high levels. Of course, this is something that we can discuss in greater detail later on. Yes, we should have a separate session. Yes, only the funds coming from RRF, NSRF, as well as the revenues that will be created by the tourism sector will ensure high growth rate in the coming years, amounting to 5% for 22, and this will stabilize around 3% in 2023 and later. In 2023, we will have recovered and we have reached the levels of 2019, so undoubtedly there is room for optimism. Okay, let's give the floor to Mr. Giorgos Kostadopoulos, President of the Greek Exporters Association. Mr. President, As exporters, you play a decisive role in the growth of the economy. So please share with us, how do you perceive the course of the Greek economy? And do you believe that the growth objectives will be reached? Yes, if one takes a look at the figures, one can feel optimism. I'm talking about exports. If we take a look at the exports, we will see that there has been an increase of 29% compared to 2020 and 13.1% compared to 2019. So I believe that this speaks for itself, which means that the growth objectives are feasible, and exports actually contribute to the growth rate of 5.2 that we expect for next year and 7.1 for this year. Now, I don't know whether reality, however, could ever reverse this optimism. Allow me to be more specific. We are deeply troubled by the transport cost, which has multiplied by 10. In many cases, it has multiplied by 15 times. So if we also take into account the inflationary trends in the primary sector, raw materials that we use, but also the high energy cost that has tripled, you can understand that a product that is purchased by a citizen in Vancouver at 20 euros, here someone should pay 50 euros in order to get the same product, the same good, which may not be of primary importance. So you understand that there is great concern in many sectors, and especially in the field of exports. Since you talked about the increased cost, allow me to ask you something about taxation and tax reforms. And I would like all of you to make some comments. Do you believe that the measures that have been announced in order to combat the increase of prices, do you think that they will give any results? And do you think that they influence entrepreneurship? Undoubtedly, they influence entrepreneurship. We can also see that all these measures were taken. Why? In order to help the most vulnerable households as well as the enterprises that are called to pay a high energy cost. Since by supporting them, they wouldn't transfer the cost to the consumers. Allow me to say that what the government is doing is not something that is imposed from external factors. No, it is something that the government has initiated in order to support the domestic entrepreneurship, and I believe that all these are in the right direction. Look, the fact that there are inflationary trends is indisputable, as is the fact that they are temporary. Now, the point is how long these trends will last. It seems that they will last longer than we first expected or foreseen. There still are some inflationary pressures that pertain to the transport cost. The logistics chain has been affected greatly, and we don't know when it will recover. Mr. Kostadopoulos also talked about the increased cost. The energy cost is also another important factor, and we don't know how much this increase of energy cost will last. You can see now, for example, that the discussion about Nord Stream 2 actually leads to increase of the price of natural gas. So we can see that there are certain developments that have developed great inflationary pressure. Of course, the government has done anything it could in order to support entrepreneurship and in order to prevent the transfer of cost to the consumer. Otherwise, we would have a reverse phenomenon that would negatively impact Greece. But I believe that the measures will be temporary. They will maybe last longer than initially expected. Mr. Kostadopoulos, would you like to say a few words since you are the sector that is mostly affected? I would like to say once again that the measures are in the right direction and that they are horizontal. However, there are no measures for exporting companies. Let's not forget that exporting companies are faced to foreign markets, and we have customers in the United States, Canada, China, as well as other countries that play an important role in the chain that promotes our products. So you can understand that we cannot have the same tax rates as the exporting companies, and especially the exporting companies that export to third countries beyond the European Union. What is needed are bold decisions. The measures of the RRF or the NSRF measures are not enough. We need bolder measures, and we need a redefinition of taxation imposed on big exporting companies, and especially those companies that export to third countries. Blue economy has succeeded in that by enjoying a special tax regime. We don't want to get the same, but what we want is a support, since the exporting companies are the ones that kept the Greek economy alive and continue to do so even today during the pandemic, both during the pandemic but also during the financial crisis that preceded it. So I believe that it's about time to have some rewards, especially the exporting companies that are exporting to third countries, as I said. Okay, now let's talk about taxation. Since taxation is the topic of this conference, let's take a look at which are these changes which, in your view, are in the right direction. That is, direction of growth and of support of enterprises, but also of changes that include data, facilitations, audits. Mr. Koyos, would you like to make a comment? Okay, let's say from the beginning that the government reduces tax rates, both of physical and legal persons, and this is in the right direction. What we should also revisit is the infamous special solidarity contribution, and also see what we can do in terms of taxation in order to help physical and legal persons. Moreover, the reduction of social contribution has been very important, since it provided incentives for people to start activity in the business world. We should not forget that the self-employed, the freelancers, went through a period of social contributions and tax burden that together amounted to 70% of their income. So this was an incentive for tax evasion, isn't it? Yes, this is always an incentive for tax evasion when there are so high tax rates and social contributions. We, as an economic chamber, we have made a proposal which is revenues minus expenditure for all. In other words, we want to provide the incentive to the final taxpayer to ask for a receipt. And this, the amount of the receipt, will be deducted from the tax income tax. We have made this proposal because we believe that nowadays there is the perfect incentive for tax evasion, and what we want is to reverse this situation. We want people to declare their income. Now, with regard to the My Data app that you mentioned, many years ago we had made the proposal as Economic Chamber to interconnect the cash registers with the taxes, and we had also proposed that there should be the automated dispatch of invoices to the system of the state. My Data is a step in this direction. The point is that we were a bit unfortunate because everything happened in the midst of pandemic, and the businessmen and the accountants had a lot of work to do. But despite all this, we are in constant communication with the Independent Authority for Public Revenues in order to ensure the required flexibility and in order to assist those who cannot respond quickly to what is demanded. We are here in order to provide them with incentives to adjust to the new reality, but on the terms of the market and on the terms that will allow an effective adjustment that will be to the benefit both of all parties. Now, Mr. Anastasopoulos, you represent the SA and limited liability companies, and you have experienced the effect of the tax rate reduction, the reduction of social contributions. What do you have to say about that? Look, the reduction of tax rates leads to increased revenues, and this also affects the public revenues, which for this year will be greatly increased. And I believe that this is also related to the better compliance. My data is also serving the same purpose. I believe that it is a tool that is part of the digital transformation of the country and assists the public administration, but the businesses as well, in their effort to adjust to the new reality. At the same time, is a tool for widening the tax base. It is also a way to reduce tax evasion. And since we believe in proportionality, we believe that it will lead to further reduction of tax rates. In that rationale, it's worthy of our support. It is not an easy exercise, my data. It is a difficult exercise and will continue to be. We are at a very early stage of its implementation. We are in the stage of registering the data and processing them. It was a very difficult stage, a very difficult step, and many businesses face difficulties since all this is related to the automated processes, to the organization of the accounting departments, even to issues of culture and mentality of certain businesses. But I believe that it is in the right direction, and we can already see the results. Of course, we need to support it, as I said. Mr. Kostadopoulos, you represent the Greek exporters. What do you have to say about the changes in taxation, reduction of tax rates, prepayment of taxes? My data, do you believe that all these are in the right direction, or would you like to see something else happening? There is no doubt that my data is in the right direction. Any tax authority that becomes digital is a step in the right direction. But I would like to mention something else. The Greek exporting companies operate in an international environment. They have competitors abroad, mostly, and they also have to compete in terms of taxation. I apologize, but the sound is terrible. I cannot listen to what the speaker says. And of course, all these modern tools have made the work of the accounting departments more difficult. You should not forget that the volume of data that is required, as well as the volume of the information that is required is huge. Every 20th of month, we are required to submit a full tax statement. Okay, but in order to do that, we need all the support we can get. We need to allow the accounting department some space and some time to adjust to these requirements. The accounting departments of the exporting companies are going through hell, given the volume of data that is required. Of course, they are required for the good reasons, in order to combat tax avoidance. But time is required in order for all of us to adapt. Okay. I would like you to make an evaluation of the RRF. How do you think will affect the image of Greece? Will it improve entrepreneurship? Mr. Koyas, you have the floor. It's what we were saying earlier, that, and allow me to include the NSRF in the discussion, we will have over 70 billion euros channeled in the Greek economy. So I believe that the crucial thing in this given period of time is to have quick, effective processes for the absorption of these funds. We need to exclude bureaucracy from all these processes, because the Greek economy, the Greek market really needs this money. And the other part I would like to touch upon is that everything must happen according to plan. Greece has seriously suffered in the past because there was no plan for where we wanted to be, where we wanted to take the production model. So since now the situation is different, given that we have received the praise of the European Commission about our plan, we should use it in order to change the production model. I repeat, with fast and non-bureaucratic processes, okay? And to you, the same question, RRF, how will it affect the image of Greece? Will it improve entrepreneurship? The funds that will come to Greece from RRF and SRF is a lot. I'm talking about the subsidies, I'm talking about the loans that are being leveraged in different ways and will amount to a huge amount that will be channeled to the Greek economy. I have no doubt that this will be translated to growth for Greece in the coming years. We will see the GDP increasing and maybe exceeding even the most optimistic forecasts. My concern that I would like to repeat is whether these will be equally beneficial to the sum of Greek entrepreneurship because, okay, some of these funds pertain to the resilience to green economy and the digital transformation. We're talking about large-scale projects, and the big funds will go to the big businesses. What we should make sure is that the large amount of these funds will be given and will benefit the small, medium enterprises so as to avoid the phenomenon in some years' time to have an increased GDP, have very good fundamentals, and at the same time have small, medium enterprises which are lagging behind in terms of growth. Some of the results that we already see. The example of the mass restoration services, they are lagging behind in terms of revenues, and they are surviving thanks to the support measures that are given during the pandemic. So we need to provide them with all necessary support so as to achieve an equitable and balanced growth in all sectors of the economy. And for me, this is the major bet that we need to win, and this is the biggest assistance that we can provide to the public administration in order to get this balanced growth. Mr. Kostadopoulos, RRF. A lot of discussion has taken place with regard to that, a lot the expectations. Yes, in SEVE we believe that the RRF is the last opportunity that the country and the businesses have. RRF is in the right direction, and it focuses on truly competitive sectors like green transition and digital transformation. It provides the right incentives. So as long as there is transparency, as long as the businesses adapt and become flexible when it comes to green transition and digital transformation, then I believe that we will become more competitive in the international environment. We will make the necessary steps that are required by the foreign markets, by our customers abroad. The customers are not only interested in price, they have it. They're not interested only in quality, they have it already. What they want is for us to be environmentally friendly, to have a low carbon footprint. They want us to be digitally transformed as much as possible, and this is exactly the objective of the RRF. I believe that it is the last big opportunity that businesses have to adjust and to become competitive in the international environment. And I also believe that this is the general trend that exists in the exporting companies, which expect the RRF to help them and perceive it as the last opportunity. Okay, and we are reaching the end of our discussion. Later on, we will have with us Minister of Finance, Mr. Staikouras, who will have a discussion with the President of the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Nikolaos Bakatselos. It is important that you touched upon some very important points. First of all, you said that you perceive as positive the measures taken by the government. You think that they are in the right direction. Of course, you all ask for more. We will see whether Mr. Staikouras has any more measures to announce. The other thing I wanted to highlight is that everyone is expecting the RRF to give unprecedented benefits. And the third is that the sooner the pandemic ends, the better for all of us. And all this should happen without the fiscal derailment. Thank you very much. In a very short while, we will have with us Mr. Staikouras and Mr. Bakatselos.
For tax leaders, risk often lurks in what's overlooked, and the sheer volume of data and pace of change can undermine confidence. But what if you could amplify your own insights? What if you could increase the speed and accuracy of your team? What if your ability to use data, defend your actions, and execute across thousands of tasks, small and large, was easier? Would you choose to do it? Though we sometimes think of them as disruptive leaps, digital technologies like AI, natural language processing, and robotic process automation are really just modern versions of the tools that business has long relied on. In this new era, technology gives tax professionals the ability to work with all the information available in massive data sets, to not only see what has happened, but to more confidently predict what will happen, to be insightful and focus on implications and outcomes, to be able to spend less time consumed by the accuracy of numbers and on-time filings. It is not about man versus machine. It's the power humans have with machines. Reimagine your operating model. Capture new insights using all the data. Redefine the value your tax function brings to your business. This is the power of with.
Και κατάλαβα τι εστί άρχισος από την άλλη. Και αυτό άρχισος είναι. Το υπερενοχικό, ας πούμε, και αυτό είναι πάλι χοντρός άρχισος όπως ήταν αυτό ο άνθρωπος που παντρεύτηκα. Μου ήταν οικείος, γι' αυτό τον παντρεύτηκα. Μου θύμιζε τον σημαντικό μου γονιό, τη μάνα μου. Είναι ταυτόσιμοι, μισιόνται βαθιά γιατί είναι οι ίδιοι. Και εγώ στη μέση. Όχι, εγώ θα κερδίσω, όχι αυτή. Good evening from the studio in Athens. Thank God we are at the end of this conference, this two-day conference, and have the great joy to conclude officially this forum with a discussion with my dear friend and great supporter of our chamber, the Minister of Finance, Mr. Christos Staikouras. Welcome, Minister. Thank you for the invitation and the kind words, and I will remain close to you, not only to you personally, but collectively, because you do an excellent job for the country. I would like to pay you back this compliment. For the excellent performances of Greek economy. Listen, I could depict a first comment on what you are to see over the next days on the budget, to give you a sign on where economy lies currently. The truth is that the country, society and economy has done well. Economy will register a very high recovery in 2021, around 7%, far higher than expected and the original estimates we had done. More important is the point that all international institutions converged toward that estimate, and the European Commission was the last to say that this was an request for your chamber. The European Commission states that the composition, of the wealth is steadily improving from 2021. That is, investment grows far more than consumption expenses, so therefore it becomes sustainable. I'll try to share a couple of figures, not many, but on many occasions those indices corroborate reality. According to the European Commission, not the Ministry of Finance, our ministry, investments in 2021 in Greece will be higher than any other EU countries. And exports from Greece, I know your great interest due to your origin from the northern Greece, will be around 8% in 2023, when the EU average will be 0. Therefore, higher wealth, better composition of that wealth, lower unemployment, which will be going down, sliding down, implementation of structural changes, dealing with bad debts, enhancement of cash flow in real economy, therefore enhancement of competitiveness. I believe, therefore, that 2021, we attained all that. We attained all those goals we had set. This, however, does not mean that there are no risks and challenges that have to be faced, such as the current combination. That's why this snapshot is extremely important. The pandemic, the health crisis, and the energy crisis. This is a very negative snapshot. You covered two of the questions that I had already prepared with your answer. Let me ask you, therefore, something else. Since we consider that the growth rate will reach 7 or 8%, and therefore we will have an additional fiscal space created, will this space be extinct with measures offsetting revenues in order to fight the rise of prices, or will we be expecting the substantial boosting of lower income classes? Well, I can be clear here, and this is a very good opportunity, that the higher growth rates do not coincide with broadening the fiscal space. It is obviously a very substantial element, but this is not the unique element for broadening fiscal space. One should double-check the sources for this rise of wealth and the sustainability of this growth, so as to deduce whether such a fiscal space is created for a couple of months or a permanent fiscal space for permanent policies. We have proven that we move on two axes simultaneously. One axis, as it was our pre-electoral campaign stating, is the improvement of the fiscal image of the country with a simultaneous reduction of tax and social security contributions. This we did, we do, and we will go on doing. The last 2 years, however, we were faced with a series of consecutive external and unprecedented crisis, which means that Greek state should create a safety net for companies and households. We did that sufficiently with 42.7 billion euros during the 2 years of 2022, so as to keep both the economy and society standing. And the figures I gave you in the previous question actually corroborate the correctness and rationality of the financial policy we apply. Of course, I haven't addressed the center of your question. So, as I told you, we are on two axes. Therefore, if some kind of fiscal space is produced, which will derive from a better execution of the budget, and if needs are proven through the current crisis, that is energy crisis and health crisis, the Greek state has proven that can find the resources and has the reflexes so as to act timely towards those sectors and social classes that are in greater need. If a more permanent fiscal space arises, this will be directed to even higher reductions of taxes and social contributions, and the implementation of a rational fiscal policy, enhancing queries of the country, such as the great quest, which are education and health, public health. Thank you. We will come back with another question concerning entrepreneurship, but we currently are, as you know, in the taxation, the tax forum of the conference. So allow me to raise a specific question on the real estate tax. The changes in this in SRED, the single real estate tax that is, was difficult to attain, and it took 12 months to have a slight change. What are the changes that are registered? And this complementary tax involved will be introduced in the main scale or something additional? Well, you said we are in a tax forum, so it's an opportunity to remind you where we used to be and where we are in our tax policy before addressing the gist of your question, which is a branch of this. We had committed ourselves before the elections that we would have a conscious and conscientious fiscal policy with well-targeted reductions of tax and social security contributions. I think we were quite successful in that, despite the fact that over the last 2 years we had to increase public expenditure so as to support households and companies, and we did very well. We never missed the goal. We reduced SRED by 21% in average. We reduced corporate tax from 29% to 22%. We reduced the down payment of tax from 100 to 80% for legal entities, and for physical persons at 55%. We reduced taxation on dividends to 5%. We reduced the tax rate from 22 to 9% as the lowest one. We abolished the solidarity contribution for 21 to 22 for private sector income, and we reduced by 4 percentile units the social contributions. This is what we could do anymore, because we had to support the public health as well. There was excessive expenditure due to the pandemic. We had to enhance entrepreneurship through refunded down payments, through the zeroing of rents and so forth. This is what we do in financial policy, but this is not only that. We also offered taxation incentives so as to attract taxpayers' residents in Greece. I believe that I'm amongst compatriots who can really agree that the package we offered over the last 1.5 years has already started bearing fruit, and we have visible, very successful results. Some 70 investments were attracted to Greece. Some 250 pensioners have made demand to put their tax residence in Greece, and more than 1,000 young people, many of them Greeks that fled from the brain drain, they came back to Greece exploiting those initiatives. At the same time, we put incentives so as to enhance e-transactions and fight tax evasion. This is what we do in the financial aspect. Did we achieve whatever we said in the pre-electoral campaign? No, we did not, because a pending issue is the single real estate tax. We have to reduce by 8% this law over the next 4 years. But perhaps independently to that, there is in parallel another exercise. Indeed, I corroborate here that this was not an easy exercise, because we should first of all find the new objective so-called values from realtors that would have to visit all over Greece within the pandemic. We are currently at a stage where the objective presumed values are integrated in the real estate, in the property taxation, and we must introduce those tax rates so as for the overall SRET not to be higher than that of the previous years. Following that, we should examine which fiscal space is needed so as to observe what the Prime Minister had said in the Thessaloniki International Fair. Most households should have even lower SRET to pay within 2022. Thank you, Minister. Well, deeds speak for themselves far louder than talk. And what I can really assure myself as well, that with what you have already done, you have made our country far more attractive to foreign investors. We also see that on a daily basis from the interest shown, an ever-soaring interest for foreign direct investment in our country, especially from the USA. And you have seen that. You've seen already investments in digital hubs as the one of Microsoft, or investments such as that of Pfizer in Thessaloniki, of Cisco, Deloitte. Amazon is also shown interest, Tesla, Blink, and so forth. Well, these are very characteristic indicative examples of the very strong interest for foreign direct investment in Greece. I can assure you there's the same interest in many other sectors, with many other forms of investments in Greece, even in Greek bonds, I might say, state bonds. But the critical point, and this is also the responsibility of the political leadership in the Ministry of Finance for all those success to be the springboard for new goal setting. So in order not to try to run ahead your future questions, I would like to share with you the plan of the country in a couple of minutes, moving ahead. Going fast forward, because I'm certain that both you, as chair of the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce, and your members, the first thing that they actually want from the Ministry of Finance to have a specific plan and know precisely how they will lead the ship to that goal. So let me share 6 proposals. First one, high growth. High growth from 2021 onwards. Absolutely feasible. We see that. Figures corroborate that. Second goal, improving the quality of wealth, where from 2021, I shared with you the estimates of the European Commission for 21-22. This goal equally feasible. Third goal, leaving the regime of monitoring from 2022. We already discussed this perspective in the European fora. Fourth goal, we are a bank-based country, so we must reduce bad loans in a single-digit number in 2022. Already one or perhaps two systemic banks will attain to have a single-digit ratio. Fifth goal, systemic readaptation in 2022. The primary deficit will reduce by 7% to something higher than 1% in 2022. Therefore, important fiscal adjustment due to the recovery and development of the economy and not due to austerity measures, quite the contrary. And sixth, attaining feasible primary surpluses. And sixth goal, which of course has as a prerequisite the success in the 5 previous ones, attaining higher ranking by the houses by 2022. This is our goal setting for the next 2 years, and we are committed towards that on a specific plan, and all our policies hang under specific priorities to pursue supporting households and companies as long as crises insist. I speak in plural number because we've seen recently what we have gone through. To have a very wise fiscal policy towards the reduction of taxes and social contributions, social security contributions, secure cash deposits so as to be ready to address multiple crises, privatization processes at a speedier pace. I would like you and your members to really study last year's document that was aired yesterday, and which is the result of the session of KISIP on privatizations in 2022. Many members can find excellent elements of real estate and property where they can invest. And of course, there's great interest already from the USA for existing real estate elements, which are in the plan, such as the port of Alexandroupolis, for instance. And last but not least, a very strong voice of Greece abroad, as it is the case over the last 2 years, so as by the end of 2022 to have realistic fiscal goals and a fiscal regime for Europe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister, for sharing all these thoughts with us. There is no doubt that we'll do our best in order to convey this information to our members, both in Greece and abroad. Allow me to say that important role in repositioning our country on the global map is this planning and the implementation of this planning, which I believe is something that you have remained loyal to throughout your tenure. I shared with you only the objectives and the axes. The policies are a different thing, and I could spend hours talking about them. This would allow me to explain to you how policies can serve the achievement of objectives. When I talked about wise fiscal policy, I said that because I believe that all policies, including fiscal policy, are related to the reduction of tax rates. In Greece, we have the implementation of law for the settlement of debt. We have Hercules II that will lead to a further reduction of non-performing loans in the banks. So only these policies actually prove that Everything is in the service of specific objectives and specific priorities. I would like to ask you a question about financing, but you answered it indirectly. So allow me to ask you a different question. Do you believe that it is feasible to reach the objective for the financing of 100,000 businesses in 1 year's time? And if yes, under which safeguards when it comes to the criteria and the monitoring of the progress and the result of the financing? And I'm asking you this question since it relates to the previous questions I posed. I would like to thank you for this question because you talked about an amount that pertains to the real economy, and it is related to how we can support the growth of real economy. As I have said in the parliament, 700,000 businesses cannot cross the doors of the banks. So here comes the private sector that has set as a figure the 100,000 businesses, and this is a feasible objective if we take into account that the base of these bankable companies. But the point is that there were 34,000 businesses that got the loans that they needed, 28,000 of which were small and very small enterprises. So if this is a benchmark, then the 100,000 number is absolutely feasible in 1 year's time. The point is that we all need to be in the same direction. What does the Greek state have to do? It needs to continue implementing Hercules in order to reduce the number of NPLs in the portfolios of banks. If there is further room for financing, then in cooperation with the banking system, we need to complete the agreements for the initiation of getting the 12.7 billion of loans coming from RRF, which will, as you understand, finance many businesses. We need to proceed with the law for the settlement of debt. This will be very beneficial for the society, and it will allow the citizen to become bankable once again. And it is the role of services that is of utmost importance, the role of services and the role of bankers. So if the settlement is done, then the citizen will have to go back to the banking system in order to get a loan. So I mentioned some of the obligations of the state that are absolutely necessary in order to improve the entrepreneurship. I'm leaving aside the fiscal policy and other priorities. Now, which is the responsibility of the businesses? Their responsibility is through the collective associations they have to support businesses to become bankable. In other words, to allow them to get these characteristics that will make them eligible from the banking system for financing. For example, jointly, state and real economy will end up in a bill of law that will allow bigger businesses to be established, will allow mergers and cooperations. Why? This is important because a bigger size of a business will allow some others to become bankable, and this is the role of the chambers. Now, what is the role of the banks and of the services? These businesses that have already been in the process of settling the debts are the first party. The second is the banks that need to pay greater attention to the files of the businesses. Indeed, there are many businesses that do not have healthy financial data on the basis of the last 5 years. But if one is more careful, they will see that these businesses have features of sustainability, so they shouldn't be rejected by the banks without second thought. On the contrary, banks should check their files in greater detail and see whether they can become bankable. So we're talking about a shared responsibility. If we assume all our responsibility, we will reach our objective in 1 year's time. Very interesting. And I also believe that if your objectives are met, we will get some excellent results, both as country and as economy. Mr. Minister, I would like us to close this discussion with a wish that you could make for our economy in the near future. What would be the ideal scenario in your view? What would you like to see happening next year, for example, when we will meet again in the context of the 18th Tax Forum? I hope that the country will be faced with fewer external crises, and moreover, given that the healthcare crisis has disrupted our daily life and our economy, we need to develop a holistic approach in 2022. So I believe that the country, given the effort that it has made, and I'm talking about the effort made by the state, the citizens, the businesses, this effort has proven that the country as a whole can make it, and even better than other countries. We are the model that many other countries could follow. Since we have effectively managed the healthcare crisis, we have developed a network of support for households and businesses, and we never stopped implementing structural reforms in order to create the necessary conditions for high and sustainable growth, for creation of many quality jobs. And here comes, of course, the minimum wage, which, as you know, will be increased, and there will be a second initiative by the government in 2022, always in the context of the economy and entrepreneurship, in order to further support social cohesion. I believe that everything that the country has achieved in the midst of pandemic, but also in the midst of other crises, there will be a level playing field that will allow the takeoff of the economy. Thank you very much for being with us. I thank you for inviting me and for the excellent dialogue that we had. I'm always at your disposal. Thank you very much. I thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the 17th Tax Forum organized by the Hellenic American Chamber of Commerce. From Athens and from Salonika, we shared with you some important insights about taxation and economy. We would like to thank all of you for being with us during these 2 days. I would like to thank from the bottom of my heart all the people of the chamber, especially Katerina Tsagaroulaki and Angela Boyadji, and especially all the people working in the Athens and Salonika offices, and of course all of you who were with us. Thank you very much. And we renew our appointment in GES, which is the conference organized by Chamber, and which will be held on the 6th, 7th, and 8th of December. We will be happy to have you with us, Mr. Minister. I accept your invitation. If I'm not mistaken, I will be able to make it. Thank you very much.